Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Chairman.
Morning.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm posting the in the chat for the hosts and panelists, and actually, I probably should post that for everyone. A link on to Onboard, where you can follow along with the agenda as well as all the meeting materials. So it's now 8:31. We'll go ahead and call to order this Department of Workforce Services Council, Workforce Development Council meeting for January 18th. It's now 8:30 a.m., 8:31 a.m. And I'd just like to welcome everybody to our quarterly meeting. We have, just kind of as a refresher to remind everyone, we've made the decision to have one of our meetings out of the 4 quarterly meetings that we hold each year, to hold it on the virtually. For a number of reasons, right? Wyoming travel is a little difficult during the winter months. It's certainly efficient. We can get through a similar agenda within a day, and yet it still allows for 3 other times during the year for us to kind of network a little more physically and to meet one another and kind of have that time together. And visiting a few years ago at one of the NGA, the National Governors Association's meetings, where many of our peers, councils from around other states were attending. We got the zen that many of them hold basically 2 meetings a year, 1 meeting a year. Sometimes it's difficult for them to get together. So I feel we overachieve in that regard, and that's great. But yeah, we have moved to this format. I hope you find it effective, efficient. If you have any feedback for me or Jennifer or the director, please feel free to reach out and let us know if there's ways that we can make this even more effective. We're no strangers to it. We did a lot of this through COVID, so I'm assuming it'll be old hat for most of us. So, Jennifer, do you want to start with roll call and introductions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Governor Mark Gordon or designee. Could you unmute so that we can hear you when I call your name? Governor Mark Gordon or designee. I can see her, that's why I said that. Senator Fred Baldwin. Representative Ryan Berger.
Here.
Jim Engel.
Sorry, present.
Ron Wild.
And accounted for.
Tony Cross.
Here.
Dick Smith. Vice Chair Eric Trowbridge.
Present.
Larry Fodor.
Present.
Michael Kircher.
Present.
Bria Hammock.
Here.
Chair Fabian Librera.
Present.
Tina Conley.
Present.
Mark Madsen.
Hey.
Nathan Williams.
Present.
Philip Cornella. Brenda Morgan.
Present.
Tiffany Marshall.
Present.
Danny Bureau.
Present.
Charles Wilson. Tammy Johnson.
Here.
Director Robin Cooley.
Here.
Commissioner Robert Short. Nikki Harper.
Present.
Mayor Matt Hall.
Here.
Superintendent Degenfelder or designee.
Present.
Josh Durrell or designee.
Present.
Corinne Schmidt or designee.
Hi, here.
Dr. Ben Moritz or designee.
Present, and I also have a designee. I'm going to be hopping off, so Michael Swank will be my designee for this meeting.
Good morning.
Morning, Michael.
Katie Hogarty. Travis Lawrence. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Wonderful. Well, and then with a quorum, if I can ask everyone, I'm always unsure where to put this in the agenda, but if I can ask everyone to join me in reciting our Pledge of Allegiance, feel free to stand for that. Do we have a flag, Jennifer? Hit me last minute with that.
I can in a second.
Okay, very good. It'll give Jim a moment to go ahead and Google the words.
Am I missing the meeting materials somewhere? I can get the agenda, but I can't get anything else.
Sure. Let me share the link in onboard. Actually, I have shared it in the, and Jennifer shared it out on the chat, the webinar chat. Hopefully you have access to that. There's a link for all the
Okay.
materials.
Yep,
From
sorry.
the agenda. It actually has a nice little red pointer that follows along with our timing. So it's taken away half of the duties that I had as chair.
I didn't see the
Keep this on.
PDFs that you click to get the rest of the information, sorry.
Very good. Anyway, if you guys can rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag
of
of the United States of America, and to the republic
to the
for which it
republic
stands,
for which it stands, one
one
nation,
nation, under God, with liberty and justice
indivisible,
for all.
liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. It's always awkward on Zoom, but hey, it's still our nation and we love it. I do have a couple of introductions and wonderful announcements to make and share with everyone. I will start with Dr. Ben Moritz. Dr. Ben Moritz has been, I want to welcome him and join him in congratulating him to the position of the Wyoming Community College Commission Executive Director. Dr. Moritz has been the designee for the director for many years with our council, has been working arm in arm with us as we move our mission forward. Dr. Moritz, if you want to say a couple words and just kind of share with us your great news.
This is Michael Swank with the commission. I believe
Okay,
he
there's
has to
Michael.
step off for the State Board of Education, so he's not able to,
Okay.
to give us any.
No,
other
that's okay, Michael. If you want to introduce yourself as his designee, because I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of you, and if you want to just share a little bit of the restructuring that's going on currently.
Yes, thank you. My name is Michael Swank. I'm the Chief Financial Officer here at the Commission. Obviously, Dr. Moritz was elevated from his Chief Academic and Student Services Officer position and Deputy Director. So we are one position short, and that's kind of one of the things we're transitioning right now. But I'm currently the designee, and I look forward to working with all of you and getting more engaged in this particular subject. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Thanks for joining us. We look forward to working with you. Before we jump into a couple of messages, the other thing I'd like to do, and Jennifer, is there anyone else that is joining us that we should highlight?
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to approve the agenda as written.
Oh, wow, you're already jumping into it. Okay, great. We'll accept that motion.
Seconded.
Thank you. All those in favor of the agenda, approving the agenda as presented, say aye.
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 Any edits or no's? No, we're good. Okay, we'll go ahead and take the agenda as listed. Also, the November meeting minutes from the 8th and 9th were distributed around to everyone. Hope you had a chance to take a look at that, ask any questions. I've received none, but for that, I would also welcome a motion to approve the November minutes from the meeting for the Department of Workforce Services Council.
So moved. Second.
Thank you, Tony. All those in favor of approving the minutes as shown, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
There was a correction that needs to be made under the
Oh, thank you.
DW staff present. I think Haley Holyfield and Heather Tupper are business council staff, and maybe Brandy.
Okay. Jennifer, do you see that?
Yes, we can move those to others present.
Okay. I see that as well. Great. Thank you very much for that, Sarah. I'll amend that recommendation to approve the minutes with the changes that Sarah has noted. If I can get a motion for that.
Mr. Chair, so moved.
Thank you very much, Tina. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you very much, Tony. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? No, wonderful. Meeting minutes from the November 8th and 9th Workforce Development Council are taken into record. Just a couple of housekeeping items. Just remember, we're on Zoom, so we are being recorded. This is public. Our meetings are all public. Please mute your mic if you're not speaking, and try to remember as best as you can. I think Zoom will even remind you if you're talking and your mic's muted. So, but please keep your mic muted so that we can minimize distraction and keep the agenda moving well. If you can share your camera, please do. That's part of the purpose of this meeting, so that we can see one another and interact on a slightly better level than a phone call. I guess everybody's working from home office or from their office, so I think you're pretty familiar with where the restrooms are and what the snack situation is like. Jennifer has thoughtfully come to all of your places and put your snacks, your favorite snacks, right where you want them. So those are all there and accessible for you. I do want to highlight some fairly significant news that we received here recently, that Governor Gordon has appointed Director Cooley to be a district court judge for the 1st Judicial District. And I personally want to say thank you very much for her time served with the Department of Workforce Services as the director. Director Cooley, if you kind of want to take us through that a little bit, that would be wonderful.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Just on an update related to that transition, I just do want to say to everyone, thank you for all the kind words that I've received from individuals congratulating me. I very much appreciate that. But also, you know, I have a lot of investment in this agency, and I'm not going anywhere. I start downtown in that position March 17th, and I'm really not going anywhere until then, because I think it's that important. We've got a lot of momentum in this agency. We're doing some really fantastic, wonderful things. So I will be here. I am available. I'm ready to help. I do want to let you know that the governor has started down the road of looking for others. He's had applications, and I've met with him. He's already on it. So I want to assure you that, you know, we've expressed from our agency point of view, we've expressed our concern that this is one of those positions we want, if possible, to get somebody in fairly quickly and get all positions filled, because we do have so much great work going on around the state. So I want to assure you that that's happening. I'll be here through the session. We're all already actively engaged in the session. But again, any questions, any issues, anything that you have relevant along those lines, please reach out to me. I'm happy to respond. I'm happy to answer questions. I'm here and fully engaged. So with that, I'll leave it. I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you very much. And thank you for, again, the years of great service. It's been wonderful to work side by side with you. I do want to mention a couple of other things. One is I wanted to recognize Climb for their recent $100,000 award of excellence they received from the Daniels Fund. Katie's on the call, correct?
She can't make it until after 10 because she has
Oh, okay.
someone doing a site visit from
From
a
Daniels
big
Fund?
national organization.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful news, and I think I shared on our onboard chat and communication. I think on one lonely drive across the state, I was listening to one of the podcasts where they interviewed Katie and one of her clients, and spoke about all the great work that Climb is doing, and her team specifically. And it's truly great stuff as it relates to workforce in our state. And so I shared that link. If you get a few minutes to listen to it, it's wonderful. But I'm happy to see that Climb continues to do their great work and get noted for it as well. Director, if we can go ahead and roll right into your update regarding Department of Workforce Services, that would be helpful.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chairman, happy to do that. We've got had some changes with our computer, so figuring out where I'm at and where my cursor is at and which screen I'm on is a little tricky, till I get used to this, so.
You kind of need 3 screens with onboard and all the video work and all the chat boxes, and so, yeah, it's not easy.
I know, there's too
Amazing.
much going on.
Our
Well,
brains
thank you,
have
Mr.
built this
Chairman,
naturally,
members of the
man.
committee. Members of the committee, again, on,
Right.
on the transition, I just want to say that, the governor is on it. He recognizes the importance of the agency, of this council, of the work that's being done here, and I just want to assure you that that process is taking place, and we, you know, we've got such a depth of knowledge in this agency, already. I have no doubt that the transition will be smooth, that, you will hardly notice a difference. And I say that with some sadness because like I said, I am invested here, and the work they're doing here is incredible, and we hope that continues. I did also want to update you on the budget. On Tuesday of this week, our budget was passed in the Joint Appropriations Committee with very little fuss. There was, they indicated they passed it with amendments, and I think the only amendments were those recommendations made by the governor. Plus a flag on them with regard to keeping an eye on some of the additional funds that we've requested for our training program. We requested, as you'll recall, around 10 million. The governor supported and recommended around 8 million, and these are rough numbers. And along with that, as you'll recall from the last update I gave you, we've got some legislation going on that maybe help us to backfill some of those funds so that we don't need to use as much in general funds. But we're hoping to get additional funds around $8 million, whether it's in other funds or general funds, in that program, which, as you know, in the work that you do in approving those training dollars going out across our communities with upskilling opportunities, training opportunities for existing employees, internships, apprenticeships. As you know, those funds are so valuable in our communities in helping to get individuals into on-the-job training opportunities and just upskilling in their current careers. So that would be such an incredible boost to that program in helping us do that across the state. So keep our eye on it. We'll update you as we can. And keep our fingers crossed with that. Along with that budget, we did ask for additional positions. We just don't feel like we can continue to implement programs and do the work we're doing without some additional positions. So those positions thus far in the process were approved to move forward by the JAC. So we're pretty excited about that. In the employment and training dollars, which is critical to our workforce centers and the work they're doing there actively in our communities, the clawback that we got from some of the budget cuts that we made was approved as well. So that's a big plus for us and for the council in terms of service dollars that will be available for individuals. For vocational rehabilitation, the governor did approve, and JAC voted on and approved as well. Additional funds, matching funds there for vocational rehabilitation opportunities. And as you know, that group of individuals in VR are providing services to so many people around the state, whether it's for mental health reasons or other reasons. The work that they do really is making a difference, and you've heard some of that when you hear the narratives and the testimonials with regard to individuals that are actually able to open businesses and work through some issues and get, open businesses with some of these vocational rehabilitation dollars that we have out there. So they're making a difference. Another program though that I wanted to mention, I don't think I did mention to you last time, is the Y Relocate program. We did ask for a separate line item budget for that program. And that was approved, I believe the amount the governor recommended was $1.7 million. And again, that was approved by the Joint Appropriations Committee. And we're working with the Business Council also on really mapping out what that Y Relocate program would look like. And that's taking place through the Harvard Growth Lab and the work group, the work committees that they've got that are really drilling down into that program and how we would go about launching that, wrapping in the Wyoming Grown program with the Y Relocate program to launch. What does industry in Wyoming need? What workers do they need to provide that outreach outside state boundaries to help them get those workers, but also in looking at what are workers outside of Wyoming looking for, and how can we really tap into what it is that they want and they need in order to come to Wyoming. So we're really drilling down into those efforts, and I'm looking forward to developing that program with your help, getting your input, because I think it has the potential of really making a difference for Wyoming. And then there are several other smaller asks, but I've highlighted the big ones for you, and I think the ones that really are making the difference across the state in terms of services that we're providing to individuals. I also want to mention our employment and training budget. You're going to get an update today on that budget. And if you'll recall, when I first started this job 5 years ago, one of my personal goals for this agency, and it's now one of the council's stated goals in its strategic plan, is to move the workforce centers and the work this agency does away from the stigma or the concept in our community's minds that we're the unemployment office, and move it toward being the office you go to for career training and career assistance and re-employment efforts. And I think what you'll see when you hear about some of the numbers today is that really is happening with the number of individuals that we're serving and the programs that we're implementing, and with the interactions that we're having with industry workers and policymakers across the state. We are being considered and looked at as program implementers, as re-employment professionals, as career developers, right along with the Department of Education and the Community College Commission and the Business Council. We're in this together, and we're working together on so many collaborations around that effort. I think that truly is happening. Right now, we really are providing services to a record number of individuals. And I think, again, you'll see that in our budgets that will reflect those expenditures. But I want to assure you that we are constantly reassessing where we're at with these budgets and looking for ways to be more efficient with our service dollars to continue to assist individuals with the services they need. So we're working on our existing budget with the legislature and some of the currently proposed legislation to more effectively use our investment and other investments and other funds in just one of the ways. And this is just one of the ways we're seeking to do that. I also want to mention to you and give you an update on the new MIS system, the Hire YO system. We have not launched it yet. We ran into some problems when we turned off the old system, and we're working through those. And they're not problems; they're just with a new program like this. I think you need to make sure that you're testing and retesting and doing user testing to ensure that when you start it, you're not going to have more problems when you start than when you shut it down. But I want to assure you that our workforce centers and our unemployment insurance office has a plan B. That they implemented. The work that they're doing right now is being done manually while we're implementing the new launch. But all that is to say that we're hoping for a soft launch on Monday. We will still have, there's still going to be some things we need to fix. But with that soft launch on Monday, we're really hoping that illustrates, and please jump on if you would on Monday. We're hoping that illustrates the user experience is going to be so much more intuitive and easier. It's going to be easier to find things and easier to get on and do training, for instance, if you want to. So please jump on. sometime Monday afternoon. Give us a little bit of time in the morning, sometime Monday afternoon, and see what you think and send your thoughts in. We want to hear from you and we want your input on that. Recognizing that it's a work in progress. When you have these systems that are implemented, it'll, in the background, there's going to be a lot of work being done, fixing some issues that we come across as we do this soft launch. So thank you for being patient. But we're hoping for a Monday soft launch. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Tammy, I did see that you did have a question. If you want to go ahead, I'm happy to answer questions that you might have right now. Go ahead.
Thank you, Director. I kind of missed the name of the program, if there was one, about when you're going to look at bringing in out-of-state workers or how to entice them to come to the state. And I wondered if some of the components in that could include wages and state policy that impacts workers. We don't have very good legal protections for workers in the state. So I just wondered if those would be included in I think you kind of couched it as a study, but I'm not sure if I heard it correct.
It will be an actual, thank you, Tammy. It will be an actual program. When we launched it during COVID with the Business Council and with the Office of Tourism, it was launched as a program called Why Relocate. And it was launched in 3 urban areas. I don't recall where it was, just kind of as a pilot to see if there was interest out there. And the response was overwhelming. We couldn't, between the 3 agencies, we didn't have the manpower to even respond and follow up to the interest that was generated from that. We don't know what the new Why Relocate and Wyoming Grown, we don't know what the name will be. We don't know really what it looked like. We're kind of working through that in the Harvard Growth Lab groups right now. And I don't know that we legally would have, I don't know where we can go in terms of income and those types of issues. Certainly it's something that when we reach out from our industry, we might have a better idea from industry, but also when we do some surveys and look at what workers from outside Wyoming are looking at, what they want to come into Wyoming, certainly I think income is going to be one of them. But along with potential income, I think one of the things that we found during our discussions is that we need to do a better job of maybe talking about Wyoming as a fairly inexpensive place to live in terms of taxes and those types of issues. So these are all being wrapped up together. They're all being things that we're considering, Tammy, but we just don't have anything right now. That is a program that I could really speak to in terms of what you're asking. So I hope that helps, but there's still a lot of development going on.
Thank you, Robin. It does. And I'm just hoping that I think you and I talked about the fact that on the survey done by the Harvard Labs, they left off a key component, which was the question about labor unions. And I can't remember exactly the context, but you agreed with me that was a group of employers that was left out. But so I'm wondering, will anyone from the council be appointed to be part of that, or will we be able to have some input in that to make sure that all the bases are covered?
I don't know what that looks like right now. So Tammy, that's a good point. I think maybe what we'll do is get with the chairman, talk to him about that, and maybe I don't see why not. I don't see why someone from the council shouldn't be on that. I think that's a great idea.
Great. I see that Tina's hand is up. Tina, do you have a question for the director?
I do. Director Cooley, I probably missed this somewhere, but on the new HireYO site, will employers need to re-register, or will all of our stuff, like all of our help wanted templates and things that we have currently, is that supposed to just come all across?
Tina, that's an excellent question. I do know that we pulled all of the data from the old site and to keep it, capture it, and to the extent we can put it in the new site. That's a question. That's a That's a deep dive that I'm just not familiar with. I don't know, but I will get you an answer to that.
Well, I'll just hop on Monday and find out, I guess. So that's fine with me. Thank you.
Okay, you bet. Thank you, Tina.
Great. Any other questions for the director? No? Great. Thank you very much, Director Cooley. Appreciate the update. Yeah. Running a little ahead of schedule, but that's always a good thing. Holly, is Holly ready to go for the workforce programs update?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm here and ready.
Wonderful. Thank you. Take it
Okay,
away.
I'll go ahead and jump in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I just have a couple of updates for you. Wanted to give you an update on some programs we're working on with our community partners and businesses that I mentioned last time. Our Y Health Train Grant is up and running, and we're getting a lot of great feedback on that. I've got Shay on the meeting with me, and she's going to throw that flyer again into the chat for everyone. And just wanted to ask you all to please share with your community partners and members, and especially those healthcare providers that have staff that might be interested in upskilling, gaining more skills. It's a great way to retain staff and make sure you have a skilled workforce. So just a reminder that Y Health Train Grant is an ARPA proposal that we worked on, and it really is focused on training grants that will help pay for that tuition and books and any fees or supplies that they have to look at maybe a nursing or healthcare pathway or even a behavioral health pathway. We also have supported some dental hygiene, dental assistance, those kinds of things as well. And Shay just messaged she's getting the flyer to you soon. Updates on numbers for that. We have approved to date 71 applications. The dollar amount obligated is $662,000, a little bit over that. And those grants, we've got 40 applications that are approved for nursing. We've got, let's see, 7, 8, 9 for social work, 6 for dental hygiene. We've got some for master's level counselors, physical therapy assistant, medical assistant, and then we've got some in pharmacy tech, respiratory therapy, and then medical laboratory technician. So a great variety of healthcare folks that we are serving this semester, and we've worked with the colleges to really get that efficient and streamlined. We are hoping for a really big push in the fall because we have about, I think, around $2 million left to obligate and make sure those people get through those programs by the end of 26. So very excited about that. And we'll get that flyer to you soon. The other one that just launched yesterday actually was our WIP EMS training grant. And that was a collaboration with the WIP, and Jen Davis with the governor's office really took the lead on this and got the application in. She's done a lot of work with EMS entities and the great need that's out there in our communities. So the number of applications we already have in that program are 58, and the dollar amount we have obligated is around $266,000. So that is for new folks going into EMT, whether they need basic or advanced, and then also paramedic as well. So it's for new folks going into that, and also any of that workforce upskilling. We're working with the community colleges on those as well because they already have those programs established. And again, really hoping for that push for the next cohort, whether summer or fall, and working with the WIP to get those training grants out. So I think that's the only 2 updates that I had from last time. And it looks like Shay said she sent those flyers to Jennifer Welch to get them to you all. Our EMS flyer just got done yesterday, so it's hot off the press for you. The other thing I wanted to mention, switching gears a little bit here, is I know Christina West is presenting after me, and she's going to talk a little bit more about the reentry program and RESEA numbers. Reentry is our program that serves those who are justice involved and they're transitioning out into the community, and they're an untapped talent pool. We're really working extensively with them to make sure they have training and all the skills they need to get back into employment. And then our RESEA program is that reemployment collaboration between our workforce centers and our unemployment insurance division. That is a really great partnership and something that Wyoming has never done before. This is our first year doing that grant. And with all of those collaborations and some of the other programs we've stood up comes a lot of co-enrollment in our Wagner-Peiser and our WIOA programs. And it's a really great braiding of funding and collaboration, and those folks get some of that wraparound services when they're eligible and when they need them. So wanted to mention just a bit about our current funding, and that we are utilizing programmatic funds in the current year that we receive them. And then we're concurrently enrolling folks in Wagner-Peiser and WIOA along with those other programs, because they all serve just a little bit different services, or provide a little bit different services. So just wanted to piggyback on what Director Cooley had mentioned earlier. Our impact is significant, and our last performance metric report showed the best metrics we have had since I've been in this position for many years. So it does not come without its challenges, and we're monitoring those budgets closely with our teams, and particularly with fiscal, and making sure we're stretching those dollars to the maximum while providing the best services possible. So thank you all for your support, for your ideas, for your help in getting information out about the programs that we're offering and the new ones that we're standing up. Greatly appreciate your ability to be our ambassadors when we need you to. So that's all I have for you. If you have any questions, please let me know, and thanks again for all you do to support our work.
Fabian, you're muted.
Just after I shared that with everybody else, right? Holly, thank you very much. So we have a couple questions that have come in. Tammy, I believe you had your hand up.
Yeah, Holly, are those for the EMS grants, are those federal funds or state funds?
I'm sorry, Tammy, you broke up just a little bit. I'm not sure I heard your question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are those the EMS training grants, are those federal funds or state funds?
So those are through the WIP, which I believe are ARPA funds. Director Cooley, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, that's correct. Those are additional ARPA funds that were available.
So would we call those federal funds, I think? Okay, thank
so.
you.
Thanks for your question. I think I see Brenda maybe has her hand up.
Brenda Morgan has her hand up. Brenda?
Yeah, good morning. I had another follow-up question for the EMS training grant. You said it was for new people getting into the EMT training. Is there any part of the funding that's also going to go towards job placement, or is it all strictly specifically towards the training?
So it is for people who are newly enrolling into that field, but also if they are right now, maybe have that EMT basic certification and need advanced, it's for upskilling also. Or if an EMT advanced wants to become a paramedic, it's for that as well if they're already in the field. And then what we do with all of our ARPA grants and our letters of agreement is that we ask that you keep a 2.0, that you keep moving through the program. The goal is that you graduate by the end of 2026, I believe, and that you get with a workforce center near that end of your training, so we can help give you information on all the amazing job opportunities in Wyoming. So that partnership at the end is there in that letter of agreement.
So just for clarification, the referrals to job placement is gonna go through the Workforce Center and not the College Career Center, correct?
You know, they can go anywhere they want to, but because we are providing the or the pass through for the training funds are going through DWS, we at least ask that they meet with our Workforce Center. They can use, you know, any avenue they want to find employment, but we at least ask them to do that with us.
So is that a measure of success placement at all for the grant money?
It is not.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Are there any other questions for Holly? Oh, Director Cooley, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add, we talked about in talking through that EMS EMT program, and what a wonderful program in an industry that really needs some help. We talked about the option of requiring work in Wyoming or finding something, staying in Wyoming. But because these are federal funds, if they did not do that, then we would be spending a lot of time and a lot of money chasing them down to try to recoup funds that we then turned over to back to the federal government. And I think that we felt that having that connection with, when they complete the program, having that connection with the Workforce Center, or with the career opportunities through the community colleges or UW, making that connection, having that as a requirement so that we can show them the many opportunities in Wyoming was probably the best that we could do in that regard. And so we're kind of keeping our fingers crossed that we can keep most of these individuals here in Wyoming if possible.
Great. Tammy, I see that your hand is up.
Yeah, since we're talking about EMS, I just want to share, we've been working with EMS workers across the state. We've had numerous requests for assistance with them for forming a union, I'll just be honest. And we did form a union with the Fremont County EMS services. Their wages increased dramatically. Their work schedules improved tremendously. We have a lot of companies that privately contract with counties and hospital districts to provide EMS services. And those are typically large companies that are out of state, and they really don't care about the conditions and the wages for the workers. So that's been a real problem in keeping workers in those places and hiring them. And I know it's not the job of this council to do anything about that. I wish it were, but I think it's kind of my job in a way. But I really am excited, Holly, that this training program is going on. And I echo your sentiment, Robin, that it's hard to keep them here once we get them trained. But I do want you to know we're working in that area with several groups that have come to us and asked us for help. And the wages and the guys that in Fremont County had no vacation, and they got up to 6 weeks of vacation per person. They had no paid leave, and they got up to 6 weeks of paid leave per person with their new contract. Depending on how long they've worked there. They got safety, they're having safety meetings now, they're having safety training, they have the cleaning standards for the ambulances, and all these things that weren't in place, that weren't happening, that really relate to quality of service to the patients that they care for. So I just wanted to mention that it's a multifaceted thing in keeping those workers here, but I'm glad to see that the training program is here, and hopefully we can get them to stay in the state.
Holly, anything to add?
No, thank you so much. Great questions. I also see that Sarah clarified the funding on the WIP and ARPA information. So thank you for doing that, Sarah, and appreciate you all, and thank you for letting me share information today.
Great. Thank you, Holly. Appreciate that. And yes, Sarah, thank you for the clarification. Christina West in the batting circle.
Thank you,
Walk
Mr.
us through
Chairman.
one-stop operations. Yeah, great. Thank you, Christina. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Thank you for having me here today. I always enjoy presenting and sharing information about the One Stops. Last presentation, I really highlighted the Workforce Center staff, introduced the center managers, program managers, really hope that you have a face with a name. Again, we always welcome you to come and stop by the workforce centers, engage with them, ask questions, and become our ambassadors. So this presentation, I'm going to take a deeper dive into some of the programs and services we provide. I know some of the information was shared already by Director Cooley as well as Holly. However, I'm going to share, but mix it up a little bit so we don't bore you. I would like to start with the RICIA program, as that is one of our newer programs. Again, RICIA stands for Reemployment Services and Eligibility Assessments. And we really are striving to connect unemployed Wyoming citizens with the local workforce centers, the staff, and all the numerous reemployment services we provide. So to date, we've served 1,170 claimants through the RICIA program. And that's really based on approximately 30 appointments per week, each week. Not only are we really trying to connect UI claimants to more services, but we're able to use this additional RICIA funding to take a look at the tools that we are utilizing to provide services. So the grant is providing us more funds to really look at how we do things. So one of the items that we're really exploring, gathering more information about, for example, is an online scheduler. Currently, our system is we have a spreadsheet, and then we make the phone calls, and then the individuals come in and they meet with or meet virtually with a workforce specialist. And we really want to give Wyoming citizens more options. I think many of us know that we can go to schedule appointments for doctors' offices virtually. And so that's what this online scheduler would allow us to do. Now, with every new tool that we offer the public, that doesn't mean that we remove those phone calls we make. It just is another option. So that's one thing that we're really looking at with RICIA. Another awesome addition from this grant is that we have started recording reemployment podcasts. And so these podcasts were made possible through the assistance of our partnership with Workforce 180. As well as our own DWS communications team. And so we are producing 18 podcasts on various topics that all have to do with reemployment. How do you nail a job interview? What's the difference in all the resume styles and which one works best for you and why? How do we beat those bots? As well as what programs and services are provided at the One Stop. So we really want you to stay tuned. I will share a sneak peek during the May Council meeting. And once the podcasts are posted, we'll share the collection with all of you. And again, we'll ask that you are our ambassadors, that you listen to the podcast, and that you share and reshare. Another program that I really want to talk about is WIOA. We continue to see increased numbers of individuals that we serve. So really focusing on Title I. That's the adult program, the dislocated worker program, and the youth program. So we're currently in program year 23, and program year goes from July 1 of 23 to June 30th of 24. So we're only halfway through. And currently we've served over 650 individuals. Last year, program year 22, the entire year, we served 750. So we are definitely on target, very confident that we will exceed our previous program year number served. So not only are we reaching more individuals, but as we've always shared with you, the costs of services are increasing. So we are excited to say that we are spending the federal funds in the year that we receive them. And as many of you know, that hasn't always been the case. So that's super exciting to share that. Now, when we are serving more, we definitely have to look at co-enrollments. How do we co-enroll individuals with other core partners, other state programs, other federal programs. So I'd like to highlight some examples of our great work with co-enrollments. One example is the collaborative efforts that we've seen with adult education. Adult education is Title II, so they're a core partner. We must work with all of those core partners. And we have done a great job in strengthening our relationship with adult education. So adult education just released their Wyoming adult education profile for 22 through 23. And Diane McQueen, the Wyoming State Director of Adult Education, she reported that our co-enrollment numbers between Title I youth, just youth, and Title II have risen by 292%. 292%. That's amazing. And we really believe that we've seen those in additional co-enrollments based on just the work that we're doing to strengthen the relationship between the two entities. We have quarterly meet and greets where we provide cross-training, a lot of relationship building efforts. Sometimes we have hard conversations about what's working and what's not. This upcoming year, we'll continue those, and we would actually like to plan an in-person meeting where both of our teams, center managers from DWS, adult education directors can meet and really explore how we continue to serve the individuals from both divisions or both agencies. The next program I would really like to highlight is the Pathway Home 3 grant, which we also call Career Compass Point, CCP. I believe Holly mentioned this. This is the competitive grant that DWS was awarded to serve 400 justice-involved individuals. And it is a great collaboration between DOC, Department of Corrections, and DWS. And it requires us to start working with individuals prior to their release from prison, with the goal of individuals returning to the communities in Wyoming and obtaining self-sustainable employment with the assistance of all the services within the grant. So we're taking a very holistic approach to our services. Now I'm going to tell you, we have had some challenges and detours that we've had to navigate. And that's because Department or DOL, the Department of Labor, they've asked for a lot of grant modifications and they've asked for a lot of changes with certain items in the grant. So hats off to DWS and DOC. We've pivoted, we've made the necessary changes, we've submitted and resubmitted documents to them. And I can proudly say that after all of these modifications, this grant has been approved and we are already moving full steam ahead. So regardless of the delays and some of the challenges, we already started serving participants because we wanted to make sure that we were going to be able to meet the grant requirements. And as I mentioned, we agreed to serve 400 justice involved. And this grant, the funds, they end on December 31st of 2024, meaning we have to have everyone enrolled by then, even though the grant itself doesn't end until 2025. So we had a tight timeline. And so as of January, we have 180 justice involved individuals enrolled in the program. When I heard that, I mean, I could see everything coming in, but when I heard that total, I was so pleasantly surprised and very proud of the team's effort and the collaboration. The Department of Corrections and DWS, man, they think outside of the box in the way we're providing services with this grant. One of the recent modifications, we are going to be purchasing 2 CDL simulators for 2 correctional facilities. There will be one in the Wyoming Medium Correctional Institution in Torrington, and the second one will be in the Wyoming's Women's Center in Lusk. This is going to provide another trade opportunity for these individuals. It's a brand new opportunity that it brings to corrections. So we're super excited about that. Without this grant and the collaboration, we would not be able to give the CDL opportunities to these offenders prior to release. So it's really going to help prepare participants for continuing and completing their CDL training upon release. Another thing I just want to point out with the Pathway Home Grant is we are really seeing that these participants have significant barriers when they're released from incarceration. And the grant itself has strict guidelines on how we can provide funding and services to the individuals. So we have increased the number of co-enrollments in our Title I adult program. And with the co-enrollments, we're able to braid the funds, continue to be more holistic in meeting the individual's needs. However, it has put a strain on our adult funds, so we are monitoring those funds really closely. In January and February of this year, we will be rolling out the ARPA Upskilling Grant within all 18 workforce centers. This grant opportunity allows us to serve individuals that may not be eligible for other federal programs. So individuals that are unemployed or underemployed, maybe as a result of the pandemic, or simply are within the guidelines for federal poverty guidelines. So the guidelines for the ARPA upskilling will be able to serve more because the guidelines are higher. Or it could just be for anyone that's unemployed. So again, really what this allows us to do is serve more citizens outside of those federal grants that we have. We currently are set to at least serve 25 citizens per year for 3 years. And we have a grand total of $975,000 to do that. So that'll be something that we kick off in January and February, and I'll talk more about at the upcoming council meeting in May. As Director Cooley also mentioned, the last thing that I would like to share is we are implementing a new MIS, and this has been a task. There have been additional meetings, and there have been testing and more testing and testing, reevaluating all of our processes. How does it work with the new system? What changes do we need to make? So I just really want to show gratitude to the team. This is not just the Workforce Center staff, but program staff for all the extra work that you've taken on. I really have seen that we've taken it on with positive attitude, that we've shown high levels of commitment to the agency, to the project. A lot of resiliency has been shown. So I just want to make sure that we show much appreciation from us to you. Getting through this it's been fun, but it's been interesting. So I spent my presentation focusing on all the programs that we have to assist individuals, what's upcoming and how we're doing. When the Workforce Center staff share their presentation, they will really focus more on employer services because we do want to show that complete package. But I do believe that these programs I talked about, they ultimately do help the Wyoming businesses as we're really preparing individuals for those employers. And Mr. Chairman, that's all I have for you today.
Stephen, thank you very much. And thanks again for all the hard work that's going on there behind the scenes. I do have a question. Do we have a general and or specific kind of timeline that we're trying to hit with the MIS implementation with the new system?
So, Mr. Chairman and committee members, as Director Cooley mentioned, Monday is the soft launch for or the go live for the public. That will include the labor exchange, so job seekers can apply for jobs, look for jobs, use all the tools necessary to apply for positions, resumes, and such. And that will also include all of the abilities for employers to post jobs, to search for candidates. And then there will be later phases where we will roll out the additional case management model or modules for case management for WIOA and all the other state programs. So it's really coming in phases.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions for Christina regarding the one-stop operations? No, Christina, thank you very much. That was very thorough. Great. We do have a break scheduled in, and in fact, I'll extend it just a little bit so people can get caught up. But why don't we go ahead and resume here at 10 a.m. It's currently 9:32, and our break was scheduled to go through 10:20. If we're able to adjourn a little bit early today, wonderful. If we're able to get through things, but we'll go ahead and take a little break now. Feel free to mute your mics, pause your cameras, or stay on. And I think Eric is going to entertain us with some good jokes or something, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, well, thank you all very much. Yeah, we'll reconvene at 10 o'clock.
Usually just immediately to
It's now 10 a.m. And if I can have you join back, we'll go ahead and get started or restarted. All right. Do we have Jeff Schultz and Mary Orr? on the
We
call
do,
and ready to
Mr.
go?
Chairman. Can you hear me?
Wonderful, yes. Nice to see you again, Mary. Feel
Hello.
free, you and Jeff, to take it away and give us an update on the workforce centers.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I'm really happy to be here today. I'm going to be talking about something that is a big passion of mine. I'm Mary. I'm the center manager of the Laramie and Rollins Workforce Centers. Before that, I worked as a business representative or providing employer services out of the Casper Workforce Center. So today that's what we're going to be focusing on, is talking about those employer services that we provide. As you may know, in the workforce centers, workforce specialists have a lot of different duties that they provide. Some offices are able to allocate specific programs to each workforce specialist, and some offices that are smaller, those staff do everything. From the business services to WIOA to all of the services we provide. And the business rep or employer services duties are a really vital service that we provide that I'm sure a lot of you have probably had close contact with some of the centers in your areas. Business representatives on a basic level work with employers to help them post jobs and fill the openings that they have. That can be really intensive, providing labor market research to employers to help them figure out what a good pay rate might be for their area, information about how many workers are out there and what kind of skills they might need. So we assist them from, just helping them through using our MIS system all the way to really working together to create that job description so that they can get the best candidates possible. We also help sometimes screen applicants for employers. Employers are super busy, so we know that that's a service we can provide, is building that relationship with an employer so we know exactly what they're looking for and we can refer people to them to kind of screen out the applicants. I know more recently in the recent years that hasn't really been an issue. The issue has been not a ton of applicants, right? But that is a service that we provide. We also work with the Wyoming Preference Act, which many of you are probably aware of. This is a requirement that we have in Wyoming, that any job that is being done that has Wyoming dollars involved, employers have to try and hire Wyoming residents to complete that work. So often this applies to people who get bids to do like road work, or in Laramie especially, University of Wyoming is always building. So we always have Wyoming preference jobs going there. And so the business rep will work with those employers to get their jobs posted and make sure that they give Wyoming residents a chance to complete those projects. Sorry, I saw a chat, so I was making sure it wasn't for me. So that is something that we also do, really working with the compliance team and making sure employers are following those guidelines. We also do a lot of promotion for hiring veterans. That's a big piece of our job, is making sure that employers are giving veterans preference as much as possible and really understanding how important that is. We promote the Department of Labor Hire Vets Medallion program, and then we also have our Wyoming We Hire Vets program, which really highlights businesses in the community who promote the hiring of veterans and retain veterans as employees. We also do a lot of promotion of the workforce development training funds and a lot of those other programs we provide. We advocate for apprenticeships, internships, the work opportunity tax credit, federal bonding. There's just, the list goes on and on for the things that an employer services person will do for employers. Another big part of that position is providing outreach in the community. I think you know that we provide a lot of services that a lot of people don't know about without us getting out in the community and promoting those. So the business representative often is the person in the office who not only goes out and provides outreach for employers, but also community partners and organizations in the community that can really help refer individuals to us. When we do go out and do our outreach with employers, that looks a little different depending on the office and what their bandwidth is, but that usually involves going to an employer. Maybe some of you have been visited in the past, just checking in, seeing how they're doing, bringing them new labor law posters, figuring out kind of what the challenges are that employers are facing and offering services based on that feedback that we receive. As you guys know very well, we also help with the next generation sector partnerships. So many of the business reps throughout the state work closely with those partnerships to help them reach their goals. We also provide H-2A and H-2B job orders. Some of you may know what that is. An H-2A job order is for individuals in the agriculture fields who bring in people from other countries to complete work on their ranches or farms. In order for those individuals to bring someone over to work for them, we have to inspect the housing that those individuals are going to be living in to make sure it's safe and up to the standards for people to live and do their work. So that's another thing that a lot of workforce specialists around the state do. Specifically in Rawlins, where I am the manager, I have 3 staff in Rawlins who are in that boat where they wear every hat. They learn every program and they do everything, and they all share those duties. So as far as the business rep side of things go, they have been working really hard to really reach everyone in Carbon County. Carbon County is full of a lot of really small communities that are very rural, and it's not easy for those individuals to make it to Rawlins, which is where the Workforce Center is located. So my staff have come up with a monthly outreach that they do. Each staff goes to a different set of communities once a month, of course, as the weather allows. So we go to Baggs, Savory, Dixon, Hannah, Medicine Bow, Elk Mountain, Saratoga, Riverside, and Encampment. And we usually go to either like a local community space there, like the library or a space like that, where we hold office hours for the day to work with not only employers, but individuals in those areas who a lot of them don't even have internet access or anything. So we come with our computer, we have a hotspot, and we have a mobile printer, so we can really work with individuals and help them where they are. It's been a really successful program. We've been doing that for about a year now consistently. And every time they go, they start having more and more people show up and know that they're there. They visit all those employers in those communities and really make sure that we're providing those services to everyone, which has been a big goal of ours, to make sure everyone gets the services that we can provide. With that, unless anyone has questions for me, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff. Jeff's going to talk about some of the job fairs and events that we have been taking part in.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning.
Anything for? Go ahead.
Good morning, council members. I'll be fairly brief. Mary pretty much covered what the duties of our business representatives do. I'm just going to cover kind of what we do for job fairs. We're pretty lucky in Cheyenne. I think most of the council members have been to our building. We've got that great big council or that great big conference room. So we're able to do a job fair every month. We call it Workforce Wednesday, and it's pretty much grown since its inception. Obviously, we put it on hold for COVID, and it's come back really strong. We're averaging between 11 and 20 employers every month, which prior to COVID, we were lucky to get 8. And we're getting somewhere between 35 and up to, we had 66 job seekers over a 2-hour period, which was pretty fantastic for the middle of the day on a Wednesday. So we've had a lot of success with our Workforce Wednesdays. Of course, we do a couple of large job fairs. We partner with LCCC here in town. We've got a bit of a problem. We had a bit of a problem over the past year. They've doing some renovations at LCCC, so we had a little smaller space. So we're in the 55-ish area employer numbers, which is a little bit smaller. We were up to 70, almost 75 prior to the renovations, but we're getting a pretty good response with 50 to 55 employers. We're averaging right around 250 job seekers, which is a pretty good number. We peaked prior to COVID at about 300, so we're getting back to that number, especially with how low our unemployment numbers are right now. We're pretty happy with that 250 number. Certainly worth putting on the job fairs. The other kind of major job fair we partner with it's called WYCO, and it's in a Wyoming, Colorado job fair. And this started way prior to me, so prior to 2015. And we partnered originally with just a couple of the counties just south of the border. And it's grown a little bit. And then we were lucky we got to add in Laramie. So now Laramie participates. And just to give you a basic number, we held our job fair for the fall in October. And it was a hybrid event. So we did not only online with the job fair, but we also did several in-person events. So Cheyenne had an in-person, Larimer County had an in-person, I think Boulder had an in-person. But combined, we had over 1,100 job seekers for the event. So that was a pretty significant number. Over 229 employers. So combined 229 employers. And with the vets, it was a great number. We had 15% of the job seekers were veterans. And they, of course, get veteran preference at our job fairs, which is generally they get to go in, whether it's a half an hour earlier or an hour earlier than the general public. So they get to visit with the employers a little bit earlier, get to sell themselves first. And we found that to be really successful. So that's kind of what we're doing in Cheyenne as far as job fairs. We're pretty happy with the numbers we're getting lately. Like I said, the low unemployment, we're kind of scared about how many job seekers, but we've been very successful to date with those numbers. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, and Councilwoman Conley asked about her job orders, and yes, I'm sure there's going to be some issues, but they have transferred over. I looked at a couple employers and their old job orders did transfer over, but that's part of what our business representatives also do is not only with the jobs that if an employer calls in and they say, I'd like to post this job, not only do they post the job for them, they put them up on the internet system. They also do job searching for them. So they'll take that job order, whether we post it, whether the employer posts it themselves, we get a notification, we will go in, look at that job, and we will search through all the folks that are for the Hire Wyoming now, prior Wyoming at Work, and we'll try to match up the job skills for what that employer is looking for to the job skills of the job seekers that are out there. So we'll do that first. Primarily, we do a veteran search because priority of service is very big for us. So we'll do the veteran search, and if we can refer vets, that's great. And then either way, once we've done that veteran search, then we're going to go do a fuller search. So we'll search the general public, all the job seekers out there that are looking for work within our system. And we'll send them a referral email. We found this job out here. It looks like you have the skills necessary for that job. So you might want to take a look. So I guess in a nutshell, that's what our business reps do. It's kind of we don't talk about them a lot. I know the council likes or is funding on the WIOA side, but this is also a big part of how we match up our job seekers and our employers. So I guess that's our pitch. And if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Yeah. Thank you, Jeff. And thank you, Mary. And I see Mary kind of already chiming in on the chat, but Brenda Morgan brought up a good question. And Brenda, if you wouldn't mind asking your question for everyone.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I would just love if there is a way we could get the schedule for all of the DWS centers, career fairs for the year. I've been fortunate to get invitations to some, get dropped off the list for others. And for me, promoting apprenticeship, for our apprenticeship and apprenticeship in general, it'd be nice to have the opportunity to kind of schedule out a little bit farther. So yeah, it looks like Mary said that on the once Hire Wyoming goes live, there should be an event page. So that would be very helpful. But yeah, if we could get at least a schedule that and who to contact to register, that'd be fantastic.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. Any other question? Oh, we got a few. Ryan, go ahead.
Thank you, and great job, you guys, on your presentations. Jeff, just a question, not to discredit our veterans and the work we do to help them and get them in the workforce, but how are we doing in Cheyenne as far as reaching out to and training the homeless? I see the homeless numbers are further up in Cheyenne and in some other communities, and then our also how are we doing? Do you guys pair up or team up with the Halfway House and work with those people to rehabilitate into the workforce as well? And how's that going?
Absolutely. So the homeless are a big priority population, especially for WIOA. So we do do presentations at CAMEA, the local homeless shelter. I don't think it's been several months, but we do presentations out there so they know what our service is, what we can do for them. It is a problem for sure that we do our best to grab them. With some success, with some we miss for sure. And I'm sorry, the CTC, yes, we work very closely. They come in usually as part of their release agreement is they have to come into the center. So we'll pitch to them. We do a briefing twice a week for WIOA. They're generally going to be eligible for things. We buy a lot of tools for them because a lot of them end up in the construction trade kind of field. So we do a lot of that with WIOA. So we do presentations for those folks too. And of course, our CCP program, that's more of a direct pipeline from the prisons into the centers. So we're catching the middle with the CTC, but we're catching the other numbers with our CCC program.
Awesome. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Representative Berger. Tina, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just curious about, or I wanted to make a comment about the job fairs, and if perhaps the workforce centers in some of our larger communities might consider doing job fairs that are really targeted toward the nonprofit sector. It's sometimes, as a nonprofit entity, in the last couple of job fairs I did, my booth was like between Devon Energy and McMurray Ready Mix, right? And all the swag and all the things that they give out, and bags and coolers and I was like, here's a pen and some sticky notes, and if you want to talk about working in human services, I'm your person. So and you know, Mary, I did a few of your job fairs when you were in Casper. It just might be a nice service that the workforce centers could maybe think about, even if it's like once a year. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there.
And Mr. Chairman, that's a great idea. We've done targeted smaller job fairs. So we'll pick, for example, we've done construction, we've done hospitality. We have not done a nonprofit, so that would be a good idea that we could look at. Our smaller job fairs are ideal for that because we can get it's kind of, you get lost in the larger ones, but with the smaller ones, that'd be something we could actually look at.
Well, and I think there's some value there. I think sometimes we forget about the economic impact that employees in the nonprofit sector bring to our state in general. And then I think we have to look at it as a lot of times in nonprofit sectors, our employees are paid not as great as in other sectors, but we still need employees regardless. So just a thought.
Well taken.
Mr. Gullenberg, see that your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeff, I kind of piqued my interest when you mentioned concern about the job fair attendance with the low unemployment numbers, but you're having great job fair attendance. Are staff hearing what these job seekers are looking for in this climate of low unemployment? Why are they getting these numbers?
Councilman, I wish I had an answer for you. If I had that answer, I think I'd be making a lot more money than I do right now, but I don't. It's something we can certainly ask about. That'd be great data to have, but I do not have it right now.
Sure, thank you.
Mr. Chairman and committee members, I would add to that. I would attribute Jeff's success to their consistency with their job fairs. When you start creating a consistent event that people know is happening, I think that is a really good model that honestly probably more of us should take up, because it takes time, and it has taken a lot of time, but they've gained consistent numbers through that.
Great. Thank you. Holly, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment. We are using a platform in the reentry program called Virtual Premier, and it's a virtual online job fair platform. And we are looking at purchasing that for DWS so that we could do virtual job fairs across the state. And maybe back to an earlier comment, we could do one just for, health and human services or nonprofits or something like that, and target it across the state. We just had a demo of it this week, and it was really pretty cool technology and is pretty low cost. And they can do breakout rooms, you can do interviewing, you can do all sorts of stuff, and you can have webinars and things like that with it too. I know enough to be dangerous about it. I haven't tried it yet, but we're also looking at partnering with HRD and ANI, even for recruiting for state agencies as well. So it's still in the works, but just a thought, if you all have feedback on how we could make that more impactful for you all or your communities, please don't hesitate to let us know. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thank you, Holly. Jeff, Mary, anything else you want to add before we move to the next topic? Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Okay, I'm going to go a little bit off script here. So we have Andrew Parker. Mr. Parker is going to join us from Be Pro, Be Proud. The scheduled time for that was 10:45. It's now 10:25. I'd actually like to take 10 to 15 minutes to address a topic that continues to come up in discussions with council members. And I'm not sure exactly how to best address it. So I wanted to go ahead and put it to the council rather than have this continue to be this kind of like sidebar conversation that I continue to address. And I think it's worth having a conversation. And so it's a little off script, but my private chat today and numerous conversations at other times have been kind of blowing up around the specific, well, today the specific topic seems to be EMT pay in Fremont County. But I think there's a larger general topic that maybe needs to be kind of covered by us as a council, which is just overall worker compensation, what its role is in the workforce, and more specifically to me and our team here is what's our responsibility and our kind of functional ability to impact workforce pay as part of the workforce system. It's obviously a significant component. My position in the past has been that you know, these are matters of private industry and or state, local governments, and what they pay is kind of what they pay. I don't know what our abilities and what tools we have in our toolbox to drive that agenda and or move that. However, we do have representatives from labor unions on our council. We have a number of other key influencers from around the state that this is their mission on a daily basis. And so I struggle with the topic a little bit, so I wanted to take 5 or 10 minutes and try to keep this somewhat orderly as a conversation and stay on topic. But I really want to answer the specific question of what is the council's responsibility to discussing these topics of worker pay and or what's our ability to impact it. And so I'm going to just kind of throw that little bit of a grenade on the table and see if anybody has anything they would like to share with the group in terms of what you think our responsibilities are there. And I'll start with Brenda Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This topic is very passionate to me because I am a training director for a union apprenticeship program. Our contractors invest over $287,000 in our apprentices with the hopes that they're going to stay hopefully in Wyoming, or at least in the industry for Wyoming, the electrical field. We do have an issue with retention. Our graduates are not necessarily staying in the industry or staying in Wyoming because wages aren't as competitive as neighboring states. I'm taking a proactive approach to it, to talking about what are things we can do besides wages to get you to stay in the state of Wyoming, because adjusting wages, there's a lot of factors to it. We just can't say, oh, we're just going to increase wages, because there's a lot of things that go with that. For me, I think the council, our job, because it is such a big council, is to bring all the wheels together, not keep reinventing the wheels like this entity is going to go talk to this group of people and we're going to do career fairs over here. I think we have the power and the knowledge to bring everything together, to centralize it, is what I think the council should be doing. Whether we're talking about wages, advancing careers, or bringing people back to the state. But because we're such a big, powerful council, we need to bring everything centralized. And that's my short answer.
Great. No, thank you very much, Brenda. Is there anyone else that would like to jump in? I guess part of what I'm trying to do here is gauge how much bigger this conversation is, and if it's something that we need to break out and or dedicate some time to identifying what the council's potential responsibilities are there and or what our impacts could be. So I see Tammy's hand up. Tammy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this, of course, is like Brenda, a passion of mine. And sometimes I feel that the work of the council could be just like spinning our wheels, because we're spending and allocating money for training with no way to know that those workers we're training are going to stay here. In my conversations with one of the biggest projects that's coming to Wyoming, that's going to be hiring workers, I've been sort of feeling a bit of a dichotomy. So when the Kemmerer nuclear reactor plant starts construction, there's been a great desire for those workers hired to be local workers. And that's our desire as a labor organization as well. We know we don't have enough workers, qualified, skilled workers in the state to work on a nuclear plant. So inevitably, workers are going to come from out of state. To get those workers to come from out of state and to keep workers here because the trades are in such high demand, we have to pay it. TerraPower knows they're going to have to pay above prevailing wage. Our prevailing wage is currently so low that either big projects have to pay more or workers just go somewhere else because, you know, they need 7,000 plumbers down in Phoenix to work on those chip plants that they're building. So they have a market that they can respond to, and I feel like we have, by law, we have a good percentage of people on this council appointed by the governor who represent business. And I think business should be a part of this. And one of the ways that we raise wages in all the jobs across the state is we raise the minimum wage in our state. It's been in the same place since 2009. And I know that's a policy decision for legislators, but all of us as local citizens can understand the impact that that wage has on our ability to develop a workforce. And then we can, as citizens, take a stand in our jobs and in our communities with our local legislators to say it's got to change. We're never going to have a workforce in this state if we don't take care of some of those kinds of things. And we can do all the work we want here.
Tammy, if I can jump in right there. So thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. So Jennifer, we owe a mandated charge as a council. And I understand from that, we are not a lobbying organization. We cannot lobby to change minimum wage in our state. That is not our charge. As influencers, sure. As individuals with day jobs, yes. But I don't believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, either previous chairman Jim Engel or Jennifer, in terms of what our latitude is there. Jim?
Please cite the statute.
There is no statute, and I've addressed this before. As a private sector and a very large employer in Campbell County, I don't want somebody telling me how much to pay my people, because if I don't pay my people well enough and give them enough good benefits, I'm not going to have people. I'm not going to have team members. I'm not going to have staff that are doing my day-to-day operations. So having someone, whether it be the government or, and I agree with minimum wage, that goes clear back to the Depression days when people were being taken advantage of. And the same thing with organized workers or organized unions, is that was to protect the people way back when. This day and age, the way I look at it is that as an employer, private sector, if I'm going to have team members and employees, I have to pay them a fair, sustainable wage with benefits, or I'm not going to have any. So I think this council is not going to get into the weeds of, in my opinion, telling employers you have to pay more, or even going back to the position of lobbying. This council cannot and has never been in a position to go out and lobby, because we're individually, we can, if you have that ambition as an individual, but as far as a council, we can't bring our group together and lobby any organization or any legislative branch for any purpose. It's been.
I want to be clear. That's not what I said.
We've attempted
and
this.
Fabian cut me off. So
Tammy, please.
Yeah, that's not what I said.
We had this conversation in Casper. The individual agendas on this council have never really been allowed. We're a group. We all work together to have a sustainable workforce in the state of Wyoming, to train them, to do the things that we can for our employers, and then our employers can make the decision of how much they're going to pay and what they need to pay to get our employees that we train. So I'll leave it at that, but I'm very much against this council getting into the weeds of telling our employers and our members what they need to pay, and even lobbying for it. So it's not a position that this council, in my belief, should even be involved in. Now, Tammy,
am I done talking?
You sure can.
Have I lost the floor, Fabian? You cut me off, so am I done?
One moment, Tammy. I will come back to you, I promise.
Okay.
I apologize for jumping in. I wanted to clarify something. I do see one action item coming out of this. Jennifer, if you can help us with that, is we should take a look at the specific wording and share with the council what the wording is regarding what our latitude is, what our responsibilities are, what we owe as a law requires of us. Tammy, I will come back to you just momentarily. Let me give Tina an opportunity on the floor. Tina?
I've been on other councils where there was federal money involved, and there is some language about lobbying. But back to our role in influencing wages, dictating wages, coming from my little world of, I'm funded primarily from the legislature. I can only pay what I'm funded for. And a lot of nonprofit entities, we can only pay what we raise in program service fees, fundraising. I just don't personally think the council should have a role in this discussion of wages. If I could pay all of my direct support professionals $25 an hour, you betcha I would do it, because my turnover would go down. But in lots of years in working in human services, it's a lot of times it's more than wages. It's culture, it's, lots of those other intangible things. And if you are a follower of SHRM publishes all kinds of information about, it's not just wages. So there's my input on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Tammy, you wanted the floor again?
Yeah, I didn't ask, I think I was characterized by Jim's comments, so I want to be sure that you understand that. I did not ask the body to lobby. I said, as individuals, if we care about growing a workforce in this state, then that's something we need to think about. Look at your history. The definition of an insanity is doing something over and over again and getting the same results. And we are not growing a workforce here. Little tiny successes we've had. Yes, we have great training programs in place. We have people responding to those, but we still hear all the time from employers, I don't have the workers. I don't have the workers. And so we need to look beyond what we've always done. Sorry, Jim, and go to some things that might be innovative and might be different about what this council's role is and what we need to do. The current minimum wage is far below what the wage was in 1972 when you factor in inflation. So it's not helpful. And yes, there are workers in this state who work at that level, but when the minimum wage comes up, so do other wages. So it's great if there are employers who are able to find workers at the current standards. But we also, and I agree with Tina, there are other factors that we have in this state. We have the highest on-the-job death rate, 3 to 4 times the national average. We do nothing about that. And that's not the task of this council, but it's the task of the legislature and the governor's office to do something about that, and they won't. And we have very few protections in place. We don't even have a Fair Labor Standards Act in this state. So when I call Workforce Services and say those workers out at Frontier Days are not getting breaks, they're working 15-hour shifts with 1 30-minute break. I have to call the federal government to report them because we don't have any standards in this state for that. So so there's a lot we can do to make work better in this state, but it takes policy change. And if we're a policy leading council, I don't know if we are, but we're policy leading citizens because we're involved in this. It's our job to make sure that we do all the money things, we do all the training that we can, but there are other things we need to do if we want a workforce. Now, if we all just want jobs as being on the council and allocating money, that's all fun. We're not developing a workforce. We haven't grown it very much. And we still hear the same complaints from employers that we don't have enough workers. The University of Wyoming's Hathaway Scholarship Program is the best look at what we're doing to fund training programs and then watch those trained workers leave the state. They have a mass exodus after we send those kids to college. And we have other examples across the spectrum. And so when are we going to stop doing that and do something different to make this a place where people want to come to work?
Great.
And that's all I'll say.
I appreciate that. And so in the interest of time, we're going to move along because I want to make sure we hear the full give Mr. Parker his full time. What I would ask then, Tammy, as I sense that you're the most passionate about this topic, is approaching me and or the board, and we can carve out some time for our next council meeting and propose some ideas of things that you think we can do as a council to touch on, address, or move some of these initiatives forward so that we're not doing, in your words, the same thing that we've always been doing, so that we can address workforce issues. I'm sure if there's innovative thoughts and concepts that you have for how we can do that, as long as it fits within our charter, our bylaws, as a council, then certainly I'm sure we can put it in front of the rest of the 30-member council so that we can take a look and see if on its merits it's something we can enact. So does that sound like a fair approach?
Sounds like a fair approach. Thank you, Fabian.
Great. Sure. No, thank you, everybody. Thanks again for indulging me on that little sidebar. If we could, though, is there any last comments before we move along? No? Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. Very excited to have Andrew Parker here today with Be Pro, Be Proud joining us remotely. And so, Andrew, I'm going to let you introduce yourself and everything you're doing because I will butcher it. So if you wouldn't mind taking the floor, that would be great.
My pleasure, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, and to Robin and team for helping coordinate our participation and joining the conversation. The dialogue that I just heard is exactly why we are here. Arkansas and other states across the country, as well as Wyoming, clearly are all trying to figure out how to address these big, broad issues of how do we inspire the next generation of students to pursue careers that are available across these states. In some places where they have long believed that it is an inferior work opportunity. We began this effort of Be Pro, Be Proud in 2016. And Jennifer is, my slides and your slides are going to look different, correct? Sort of. Okay, perfect.
Sort of. I mean, they're the same. I just made the ratios fit how Zoom does slide ratios. But what is in onboard for everyone to see are these slides.
Perfect. If you could advance to that next one. And so our story began with a post-2013 legislative session that took place in Arkansas. The Arkansas State Chamber, where I am a lobbyist, historically I am an oil and gas attorney. I have served on our state's Game and Fish Commission. I have had a career in the governor's office and attorney general's office, so I have been in a political space in one form or another for about the last 25 years. Coming to this chamber in 2013 legislative session, we were trying to figure out how to grow the footprint of the state chamber with different groups of people. And so a listening tour resulted in a very clear message that these workforce issues are great, they're growing, and there is a huge need to try to find young people to pursue these careers. That this may sound familiar. And so we began an effort to try to achieve legislative solutions to improving the connection between students and post-secondary institutions, of which Arkansas has 22 two-year schools with 44 satellite campuses. So in a state of 3 million people, we have a lot of options and accessibility for students for two-year college programs. There just aren't that many students that are pursuing them, and there are clear disconnects between the instruction that's being provided and what the current industry needs are. So that was the focus of the effort we pursued, with engagement from those that were for us, those that were against us. How do we produce the best policy to address this major problem that's only going to get worse? A 15 legislative session produced very little result because a lot of people at the local level had not been involved in that discussion, did not want to see change come, and the policymakers really just did not recognize that anything other than a traditional college path is anything we ought to be investing money in. I mean, just frankly, we have in our state not improved the funding for technical programs at two-year college levels in approximately 20 years. So As a result of that, B-Pro was born because it is an effort to try to change the perceptions that people in general have about young people pursuing technical careers as options of first choice. There is a slide I'd like to pull up that reflects that this truly is not a problem that is just our own, and in states where we have current Be Pro, Be Proud active programs, there is broad participation, and I think it's just worth sharing that if I can, just really briefly, which I can't. But Jennifer, could you, that leadership network slide, I can keep yapping if that's something that you can pull up. It's not going to be in this deck. It's that thing I just emailed you.
Got it. I'll get that up in a sec.
Okay. I'm going to keep yapping, but she is, Jennifer's going to show you, and we'll email out to everybody afterwards, the companies, the associations, the different organizations, and business and labor organizations across different states that are actively engaged in steering the decisions that each of these states make. Be Pro, Be Proud, born in Arkansas, launched in 2016. Two big parts. We have a website that is very similar to a lot of go build, insert state name programs. How do you help showcase a student's path from a high school or middle school location to the professions that are in great demand across industry sectors, where training can be found and where jobs are located? That's nothing new for a lot of different things. What is different is the level of direct engagement and the volume of direct engagement that is taking place in each of these states every year. With the core focus of, if you change the perception and you focus that effort on students and those that govern the decisions that they make, then you will see policymakers begin to respond. That is what we have seen. And Jennifer, you can go back to that slide deck and go to the Why It Matters slide, which is number 4. The numbers that you're about to see are exactly what we experience here in Arkansas and in other states. It's very similar. And that is that of 100 students, that if you take every single freshman class, one more slide. You take 100% of every entering 9th grade class. These are the numbers based on the National Center for Education Statistics. This is not state specific, although for the states we've done this for, they're fairly similar. Of 100 entering high school freshmen, 88 will graduate from high school and 12 will drop out before they finish. Of the 88 that graduate, 55 will pursue some form of post-secondary education and 33 will not. Of the 55, 35 will graduate in 6 years, or 150% of that program length, and 19 will drop out at some point along the way. And of the post-secondary program graduates, 9 will have a job related to their degree program, and 26 will do something totally different. And of all degree holders on a national level, about 40% will do something that required no degree at all in the first place. And this is part of the noise that goes inside my head pretty much all the time, which is, let's figure out where we are and improve from there and not just hope for where we want to be. And what this clearly reflects is that in every state, there is a huge population of students who have, for some reason or another, fallen out of the process because they have been disenfranchised or some other life event has happened that has interrupted that path. The 12 out of the high school class, the 33 that are the graduates, the 19 that didn't finish. If you change 10% of that population, you have really started to change a metric. And that is what we recognize every single day. And you can advance to the next slide. The thing that has made us this so successful is the mission of changing that perception, focusing on industry sectors that have historically been identified as those of last resort, not first choice, the things that they, not college material student would pursue, or what you go do when your primary path didn't work out for one reason or another. So how do you change the nature of that dynamic? We do it through the use of mobile workshops, which are highly engaging, custom-built tractor trailer combinations. And Jennifer, can I pull up to my website?
You should be able to.
These tractor trailer combinations allow for students to be able to see. My sharing is actually, I think you need to stop sharing so that I can share. Perfect. These workshops allow for students to put their hands on the kinds of experiences that they would encounter if they go into a quote unquote profession of high demand. Every day of 100 is about 80% of every school calendar year. A mobile workshop like this is actively engaged in front of a middle school or high school population, which is the primary audience. Yes, there are other audiences that are that there's engagement takes place in, but with a middle school and high school population, you have active, direct engagement opportunities, and you have a schedule that allows for focused attention on these careers. The teams on board these workshops are selected on purpose to try to capture individuals who have experience that is relevant to the conversation, but also they're young enough to be relevant to the students that they're talking to, which is a really important factor. There is no population of students more difficult to reach than high school students, in my opinion. They smell fear. They smell nonsense better than any other group I've ever encountered. These workshops all have simulator stations on board that allow for that hands-on experience that can take information that they're hearing, information that they see about professions in highest demand, wage information, using individuals that look like, have experience like, are from areas of each state that are most relevant to them. And also, what is the information we as a student population need to know in order to make constructive decisions about what's next. If we can change an attitude about students and as using from a high school perspective of this is what I'm going to pursue as options of first choice, then you change a whole lot of other factors that impact the quality and the longevity of a career in any particular area. Every state in the network has sites that are specifically built for it, and it will showcase professions that the state has selected that are in highest demand. It will provide training program information where those locations exist, what programs are offered, how long they take to complete the program, how much the program costs, and then also the similar information about jobs that are available in these industry sectors for companies so that you can showcase what is it like to go to work for me, and what information the companies want to share to potential recruits is accessible, filterable, so that we're getting direct connections. All of this is great, but if there's no action, then all it is a great opportunity to get out of school. The teams on board these trucks have very specific objectives of inspiring the audience, but also driving them to connect and join the movement, as we call it, which is filling out the form that you see here that allows for a student to give geographic, demographic, school information. What are your plans? What information do you want to see? And where are your interests? Are there particular categories that you are interested in seeing more about? Are there particular schools or companies that support this effort that you would like to be directly connected with? So when a student makes their selections and hits submit, a couple of things happen. Every partner in the effort. A partner and a supporter are synonymous. Every partner will receive access to the recruitment portal so that you can begin having a direct conversation with these students. It's important that we also are driving sort of these students to these partners. So a person like this young lady can say, I'm going to be graduating in 2024. I'm interested in carpentry, CNC, commercial driving, and welding, and I'd like more information from particular companies or associations, so that the communication channel takes place not only from Be Pro Be Proud from that particular state, but also from companies and schools that are in state that provide relevant jobs or programs of study that can be offered to students based on proximity to a location or just in general statewide. And I see a hand raised, so I'll stop for a moment if that would be preferred.
Yes, let's start with Ron Wiles' question. We'll jump to Dr. Aldrich.
So the Southwest Wyoming Manufacturing Partnership is very actively involved in these types of programs. So I guess my question is have you joined the Southwest Wyoming Manufacturing Partnership and brought that information to our newsletter so that we can spread it across Southwest Wyoming for you? And follow-on question, and then I'll let Dr. Aldrich go. Are you familiar with the current initiatives through the Wyoming Department of Education to bring, and Dr. Aldrich can help me out here, it's like workforce credits and so forth into the schools?
So Be Pro Be Proud is not currently active in Wyoming. This conversation is to introduce this program to this body for purposes of what could be next if that was something to be pursued. And Robin, I don't want to step on anybody. So if there's anything you'd like to share or.
No, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Robin.
Thanks. If I could just jump in before you, Dr. Aldrich. I was approached by Cindy Barlow with WyoTech, who knew about the Be Pro Be Proud efforts, as well as Mr. Parker, and we got together and started talking about it. We then sent Larry to one of their presentations in New Mexico. If you'll recall, I think we had maybe a discussion about this at the last council meeting, just so he could kind of hear what they had, see one of the actual trucks and kind of get a better feel for what it was. And then we asked Mr. Parker to come present here so you could start getting an idea of what this might look like, what it could look like for Wyoming. You know, if we were able to do something like this in Wyoming. Dr. Aldrich, I realize that the Department of Education has looked at it and is, you know, this isn't a project that any one entity, I don't think, can really pull together. It's a project that, from my way of thinking, is something that we could pull together multiple entities if you know, and it's preliminary now, and Mr. Parker's just kind of presenting what they do in other states to the council. If we have further discussions and decide to go that route, it would need to be industry, would need to be education, higher ed, workforce services, the business. It would need to be all of these entities coming together to do something like this. So this is very preliminary, and it's just, we invited him to come to present what they do, so you could start maybe thinking about it and start walking down that road for what that might look like for Wyoming. Thank you.
I was really hoping to do this in person just because I've not been to Wyoming yet and really want a reason to come visit. Yes.
In January. Dr. Aldrich, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Fabian. We have looked at this. We actually had the same individual, Cindy Barlow, bring this to our attention 2 years ago. We met with the Association of General Contractors. At that time, it was Katie Ligursky, myself, Cindy Barlow. There were a group of us who met. We met, in fact, 3 times with Be Pro, Be Proud. What we came to discover was, one, that there was no way that we could afford the price tag to have this trailer combination and be able to maintain it. At that time, it was, and it may be the program and the opportunities have changed, but at that time we were looking at over $1 million for the semi trailer and the mobile unit with, and that would have been 8 to 10 customized simulators. And then we were looking at ongoing cost, liability insurance, someone to drive this that was CDL trained who would drive it from district to district. We talked with districts, we looked at scheduling. Knowing that we have 48 school districts, approximately 100 junior highs and high schools across the state. We didn't feel like we could take on the cost for 365 days a year of this project, where schools would have it for basically 1 day at each school, each junior high or high school. We also looked at the possibility of having it visit Wyoming once a year with other states. I don't know if Be Pro, Be Proud, at that time, that was not an option. I really believe that this would probably be, if this were to be feasible for Wyoming, it would have to be a multi-state regional effort. The other thing that we were concerned about was the sponsorships of business and industry, which we did talk about, and the ability to have enough sponsorships to maintain it, but also with using any of the national sponsors, we were concerned about drawing people out of Wyoming, students out of Wyoming for those jobs in with those companies. So I think it's definitely an idea that has some merit. I think that there is a lot of information and a lot of thought process that would have to go into this before we would be able to, as a Department of Education, would be able to participate. This could consume every single dollar we have out of Perkins leadership funds to support this, and we just can't afford that. It would mean that we would be eliminating a lot of other programs that we currently support. So just some thoughts. Weather is always a concern, as well, as I'm sitting here watching it snowing like crazy outside the window here in Cheyenne. There are so many challenges that being in Wyoming brings, and so I am sorry that you're not able to be here today, Andrew, because I think Arkansas, and I know you guys were doing an initiative when we visited in North Carolina, was looking at this, and some southern states. It's a whole different ballgame when you have literally thousands of schools and you have good weather year round for the most part. So just some thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Aldrich. I will interject and add, just, this is something that has been brought to our attention here just recently. And so we have just begun the preliminary evaluation with Andrew and the team to better understand this, because, we want to be eyes wide open on this. There are 29 council members who have very little background. You obviously have significantly more. So I do want to say that for the team. And also that we did invest in Larry Fodor, who has his hand up, who's, I'm sure, chomping at the bit to help us here a little bit. He went down to visit with this physically. We thought it merited that type of kind of a next step thing. And so I'll first allow Andrew, if there's anything you wanted to address in Dr. Aldrich's comments before I shoot it over to Larry.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I would just say that she's not wrong about any of it. It is not inexpensive. On a slide, you will see, if you were to write a check for every single aspect from headlights to taillights of this experience, you would pay somewhere in the ballpark of $1.6 million for every station on board, every simulator on board, and every single thing in cash. That's what you could expect to spend for an initial capital investment. No state has done that yet. There are partnerships that exist that defray a number of the costs from the tractor unit itself, which is about a $200,000 piece of equipment, the generators, and many of the simulators on board, many of the other features that are necessary to make a truck go, are all in-kind contributions that are available today. There are also national partnerships that are being created with, and I do totally appreciate the concern of, are we drawing talent out of the state? However, the companies that are national partners that are that are paying attention to what happens in Wyoming are companies that have major footprints in Wyoming, Weyerhaeuser, Union Pacific, to name a couple. And that list is growing too. I don't think she's wrong about any of it at all. The weather is a challenge that we don't have, although it is snowing and icing in Arkansas, and the 1 inch of snow is going to close school all week. So different panic moments for all of us. It is a highly involved program. There are in each state for a single workshop unit, about 165 tour days that will take place every school year. With all of that said, there are 200 to 300 schools on a waiting list every single year. There are about 25,000 students that will come through each year. And of that, we're seeing about 20% making that next step, joining the movement, all those things. It is not a beast that we've been able to consume all at once, although the incremental activity has started to produce some pretty big results. We've just had 2-year schools report double-digit increases in enrollments. There is a connection between the number of students that are entering apprenticeship programs and the engagement that they've had on these workshops. We have seen policymakers make total shifts. We are seeing wholesale change that we do not take full responsibility for, although we'd like to, but have had a significant impact on changing the nature of the conversation that's happening in all aspects. But to the point, that's all well and good. There are considerations that have to be taken into account. And I certainly do appreciate all of those. And Mr. Chairman, you're muted.
Thank you. Gosh, darn it. Thank you, Mr. Parker. Appreciate the comments. Love to give Larry an opportunity, who has traveled to visit this and experienced it hands-on and always has thoughtful comments. So Larry, if you wouldn't mind jumping in.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few comments initially. I think the biggest importance that this program has is just the exposure to these students, to the counselors, to those folks at the schools. You know, Tammy mentioned earlier, we keep trying to use the same approaches to motivate a workforce and they're not working. Well, this is very different, in my opinion, after going through the entire process, looking at the trailer, going through every simulator. This is very different. It engages these students, not just in us talking at students at a career fair. It engages them not with us just telling them how great the different trades are or the different CTE curriculum can be. This engages them in a 3D environment on their level with technology. They get immersed in these simulators. It's pretty significant to watch how realistic things can be, and how that really hooks them. I think one of the big differences I noticed as well from anything we've done before is after the fact, after a tour visit and the follow-up. And he went through Andrew went through briefly the log that they have of kids that make contact and want more information from an employer or from an organization or that type of thing. Having the opportunity to follow up with everybody that comes through and shows interest is significant. I think it's going to be way more engaging than any career fair or that type of scenario that we currently use to reach the youth. And to speak to Dr. Aldridge's point about the financial impact, there's no doubt it's expensive. It's very expensive, but it's not going to be there's no way it could be a one organization committed to fronting those costs type of scenario. I think it's going to be a community approach to funding this thing if this is something we explore. But I can also see benefits across the state. A lot of these sponsorships, you know, I know the one in New Mexico, Meta is one of their big sponsors down there for that truck. I'm sure that they would likely probably sponsor a Wyoming truck as well, and who knows what that would bring. The reason for that, they're building in Wyoming. They're building data centers here, and they cannot find workers, and they're paying more money for out-of-state contractors to come and build these projects. They're going to be interested in trade development. Same as Microsoft. Microsoft has 2 more data centers that haven't even broken ground yet in Cheyenne. A lot of these big names are willing to put money into this program, and they've done that in other states. I think they would do it in Wyoming as well. So I was impressed by the professionalism of each of the simulators, and the realistic approach to giving some kind of experience in those trades. I really appreciate the follow-up component after the tour is done and having an opportunity to two-way communication between trade organizations or businesses, that type of thing. I think that's a significant piece that we have missed historically with the traditional career fairs. I think it could be a huge advantage. I know there's ways to work around the weather component. I know in other states that do have weather components, they schedule, you know, the areas of the state that have poor weather in the winter, they schedule those for the warm months, and they schedule the others for the winter months where the weather may be a little better. I just think it's got a lot of advantages. The biggest disadvantage, honestly, is the logistical component of scheduling, which, as I understand it, Andrew, that's something Be Proud is considering taking on for the first 6 months to a year, to help get programs up and rolling and take that burden off of the state until everything gets more familiar. So the scheduling component and the cost seem to be the biggest drawbacks that I saw. Obviously, I think as a community, we can overcome both of those if this is something we really feel we could benefit from.
Great, Larry. Thank you very much for those comments. Charlie Wilson, you had your hand up earlier. I'd love to get to your comments as well or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sure. So, Andrew, I messaged you this question on the chat, but I'm looking at the data that you're collecting on the high school students and the submission program, and the thing that comes to mind for me is how do you protect the student information? I'm concerned of any kind of exploitation of the student in the process.
Absolutely. We have, it is a major concern of ours to hold student information and, you know, making sure that it is protected in all the most appropriate ways. We have from the possession of the information, all the best in industry and certifications that we can put in place through web providers are there. From the collection side of it, we have worked with privacy legal specialists to make sure that we are compliant in all 50 states. We're not active in all 50 states, but we are, as growth continues to happen, it is something that's going to be a greater concern. So let us just go forward and take the most appropriate steps we need to take. Anybody that has access to the information legally has to sign non-disclosure agreements and commit to particular type of use so that it doesn't get exploited for a sales purpose or some other unrelated activity. Outside of, so those are the steps that we have taken, and it is monitored annually to make sure that it remains in compliance. And we, as a national organization, anytime a state has a question, then we take the question seriously, engage attorneys to just make sure that we aren't overlooking things as privacy laws continue to develop. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I think so. It definitely sounds like you've taken this into a lot of consideration. Just that they're minors.
Yeah,
that's something that just comes to my mind. Thank you.
And we do not allow for the collection of information for anybody under the age of 13.
Mm-hmm. Great, thanks.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Parker?
The last I would say is that there's absolutely no way we could have done this on our own either. We began this effort for the first 4 or 5 years, did not have any significant state support. We relied on the big legs of this stool, which have been the industries or manufacturing, transportation, construction, utilities. We've recently added forestry. And so those industries have really carried the weight of the cost of this effort since we began. We have seen state investments come along as the state network has developed. The 6 states that are involved all have, to some degree or another, state investments through direct appropriations or through agency budgets. The demand that we experience in Arkansas is also happening across every other state in the network with a full year or greater waiting list that exists from educators. I'm happy to come back, visit at whatever level possible. We appreciate the opportunity to give you a snapshot of this and hope that we can continue the conversation with everybody that's involved. And
Andrew,
Robin,
thank you.
Chairman, thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for that. And I guess that was going to be kind of my next question, was assuming the council's interest in kind of taking next steps to at least learn more. What does that look like in your mind? What do you think we could benefit from there?
We have documents that exist that can help, showcase the path from an expression of interest to a license. The slide deck, which we didn't get to, but it also lays out a timeline from, if you said, yes, we want to do this, when could you expect to see a program implemented in the state? To Larry's comment, there are a lot of logistical things that we have dealt with that have increased our level of engagement with new states as they come on board to make sure that there's no hiccups. I'm available to anybody who wants to have a conversation as a group or in person, or on a one-to-one level. We'll be happy to share the information that we have and be part of whatever next steps might be.
Okay, and you said there's a slide deck that you had prepared for today that.
Yes, Jennifer, if you wanted to pull to just go to hit slide 14 and 15. I think that sort of what are the numbers? Obviously, there are details that we will provide or can provide as to how these costs break down. But in general, yeah, sorry, slide 20. Yeah. So 20, the next slide will be the sort of the breakdown of the budget costs. To the point I made earlier, about $1.6 million if you wrote a check for all of it. And then to operate the workshop, it's about $610,000 per year now for operation costs. That's the people on board. That's everything related to those workshops. A timeline, Jennifer, you can go back one slide. From a moment you say, let's roll, to launch, it's about a 7 to 8 month process.
And what is that? provide so that let's say just in year one is that based on number of like locations or people touched, or what does that look like?
So this 8-month period is the fabrication and onboarding process.
Okay.
We recommend that the effort launch consistent with the beginning of a school year or a semester. Probably in Wyoming would recommend the beginning of a school year. We would work with the state to line up from interest that is expressed in the state to craft the first semester for certain up to the first year of that tour activity as a local part-time scheduling person or whatever the organizational structure is to support the scheduling part locally. We will help make sure that that goes smoothly so that from the moment a effort launches, you are active at schools as many days as are possible, with about an 80% of total school days available being the target. Licensing, fabrication, launch, tours begin, and at that point, it becomes just very much consistent with general operations that we have ongoing in all the other states too. So there is a fabrication partner that we have on here somewhere is Chuck Sullivan with the company that fabricates the tours, these trucks for us, as well as help with operations where a state says we don't want to handle the day-to-day operations. That piece is available to contract as well. And the training process exists, the tour activity exists. So once we begin, we are off and running. There are, during that fabrication process, some decisions that are made about what's most important to Wyoming, which I'm happy to go into more detail about, but this will be a state-specific, state-led, resemble the state effort.
Understood. Thank you, Andrew. I've got a couple questions if you wouldn't mind fielding those. We've got
Sure.
Tammy, you've got a question?
Yeah, hey, thank you, Andrew. So Andrew, I used to work in the school district system, and I'm just curious how this rolls out with scheduling. And I know teachers are very protective of their classroom time, rightfully so. So the caravan shows up on a day and the whole school lets out, or obviously in stages? Is it targeted just at kids in the shop, the CTE classes? Tell me kind of how it looks on a school implementation schedule and day, because I know that will be a concern for our school districts.
It has been extremely well received in all states. And that has always been a concern of ours too, is this going to negatively impact teachers and their programs that their responsibility to move through their lesson plan. However, we have not experienced that feedback yet. We are at a school for at least one up to several days, depending upon the interest of the school. It is in many cases, the CTE programs are the programs that are bringing students through. However, and what we try to stress with the schools as we lead up to the tour events is we recommend, encourage you to not limit it to just the CTE students, because the opportunities that exist are ones that should be considered by everybody, from the kid that's leading the charge, the captains of athletic or academic activities, to those that are just trying to figure out how to get through the school day. And some schools respond and others are less interested in seeing AP students come through. But there is a class of students that comes through about every hour or during every block period. And that's about 30 to 45 students per group. In many cases, there are a lot of variations talking to an entire school at an assembly, talking to classes as a single group. All of those things are possible. But it's about 200 students, excuse me, it's about 200 students that will come through every single school day. A lot of the growth for the schedule has occurred organically. Once the teachers have information and they're hearing about it and they're hearing it from peers, it becomes just it sort of takes on a life of its own. The interest has been there for us since we began in 2016. We've had anywhere between 100 and 400 schools on a waiting list, depending upon a lot of different things. COVID had an impact, but even during COVID, the demand didn't go away. And so once the program begins, a lot of the engagement continues organically. We haven't seen the backlash. We have seen, we have been surveying teachers, and that information I'm happy to share as well. And not only has the feedback about the tour experience and the student engagement been very, very positive, we are also hearing from educators that it is changing students' perspective of what a career path looks like. We are also seeing that teachers are reporting that some at-risk students are remaining in school as a result of this encounter. So the feedback from educators has been absolutely 100% positive, 95% positive. Nothing's 100% great.
Thank you, Andrew. Representative Berger has a question.
Thank you, and great presentation there, Andrew. And right now, the role of education and the pressure of education is really focused on test scores and scoring well on our state assessments, on the ACT. You go into school districts across the state, you look and see what their goals are posted, and it's to increase test scores. So how do you see your role, and we talk to our CTE teachers here in our district about what is your role to improving test scores? You know, what is the CTE role? What is the science teacher role? So how do you see your role in improving those test scores? Or do we look more now at education and going back to how to motivate these kids to find a pathway to life and what their direction would want to be as far as work? So I don't know, what do you see? Do you in that, Andrew, as you go around different schools?
I think it's a real question, and I think that in Arkansas, we witnessed the same pressure for schools to be measured and performance being determined by how many are moving on, what are those, how are students performing in the classroom. And I don't have a really great, perfect answer for the question. I do think that the feedback we get from educators demonstrates that we are having some effect on that, although I don't think we could quantify it. It certainly is not, we're not oriented, as far as our mission is to, do things that will lead to improved test scores, improved performance in the classrooms. The surveys, the feedback through surveys from teachers is that there are students who have had a switch flip because of this experience and are making choices to remain in school and have something tangible that they can connect classroom education to something that might actually tangibly relate to a career. That's all really anecdotal, and I don't have any hard data that would suggest that we have direct effect on improving test scores. our governor has reported that he identifies this effort helping improve school retention rates in high school grades. But I haven't seen that data, and the governors can get away with saying a lot of things. So I take it with a grain of salt, but we are, and I would also state that we do have statistical information from our Department of Commerce, who operates our apprenticeship programs, that they do draw a connection between increased enrollments in apprenticeship programs to this engagement. And I'd be happy to, facilitate or provide that information, however interested. It's a big question. Other big question that we are asked is how many students that you have come through these workshops are moving on to some form of post-secondary technical education, who are going to work for companies that are hiring individuals with these skills, with a need for these skill sets. And the answer today is we really don't know. And being able to say, we caused these other things to happen over a long period of time, we don't have the ability to measure that today. There are things that are taking place. New Mexico is working directly with the Department of Workforce Services to help make a lot of really strong connections between the agency, the student, the program, and employers. Is it replicable? To be determined. Other things are also taking place. I won't bore you with the details, but it is an important question we feel obligated to answer. We're working to try to figure that out.
Great, thank you, Andrew. Director Cooley originally brought this concept to the council from having witnessed it firsthand, and so I think it'd be interesting to get Director Cooley's kind of perspectives and around this topic. Director Cooley, would you mind sharing?
No, thanks so much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. When I first saw this, I did get really excited about it. I think we look at ways to engage young people. We look at ways to get them interested in some of these other opportunities we know are coming to the state or we know are in the state. And I see this as one of the things that Andrew, when I was talking to him, they talked about, we have kids from the high school, they're walking up to the trailer and they're on their phones, they're not talking to each other, they're just kind of in their own zone. They put the phones down, they go in, they're actually engaged and interactive with some of these setups. And they walk out and, they're excited about it. They're talking to their friends, and then the follow-up with that, with the individual student, with the parent, with the career counselor there in the school. That entire process to me just got me really excited about opportunities. And I know cost is an object, it's important, but I also see the cost that we're spending on some of these other programs. And when I look at that and the return on investment there of individuals that end up going into that program, that's fantastic. When I look at the potential return on investment here of having hundreds of kids go through these programs and actually have a hands-on experience, I think the return on investment can be pretty fantastic. But I also am looking beyond high school, junior high schools. One of the things that Cindy Barlow mentioned is, let's pull up to a UW game and have people going through this and spreading the word across Wyoming. We know how the word spreads in Wyoming. Get the word out about this and you'll have those calls coming in. Hey, I want this at this and that. You just heard about our career fairs. Well, what about pulling this up in front of our workforce centers and having individuals that are coming in that are really unsure of what they want to do, or how many of those individuals, 19 to 24, 25-year-olds in Wyoming do we have? I know we have a lot of them. We're one of the highest, in fact, states with that number per capita of individuals that have some training, they have some college education, but they never finish. They go through this, they get that excitement building, and then on the other side of it, they're seeing, oh, okay, here's the pathway in order to make that happen. And guess what? I'm almost halfway there. Maybe that's where I want to go and I want to finish that. So I think there are build outs from this in terms of the impact in Wyoming, other ways that it could be utilized in Wyoming. And I think, you know, partnering with another state, that may be the way we make it happen. I think that's a great idea. And I'd be really surprised if we didn't get, you know, you've got other states around us that are probably in the same boat we are, thinking in terms of funding. I'd be real surprised if we couldn't get some interest going in that. But like I say, I think of the potential return on investment in the number of impactful events or kids that walk through or adults that walk through this and really start thinking down that path, and then they see that path because it's provided to them. This is where you go from here. I think the return on investment could be pretty great. So these are all great questions. These are all, you know, this is, like I said, it's preliminary. I got excited about it because it is that thing that, you know, we're not doing the same thing over and over and over again. We're not just building up new programs to identify certain industries. This could be impactful across a number of industries. And guess what? We need industry buy-in. Put your money where your mouth is. This is an opportunity to develop that workforce out there. Industry, here's an opportunity. Help us out with this and let's see what we can do with it. So preliminary discussions, and I appreciate the questions, but I'm pretty excited about it. I think it could do some really good things for Wyoming, and so we wanted to make sure that we had Andrew come and speak to it and hear your questions, hear your concerns, and maybe we start walking down this road, maybe we don't, but at least the seed is planted about opportunities out there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, you're muted.
That drives me crazy. Sorry. Thank you very much, Director Cooley, for that insight. Andrew, last word.
We have taken it to places that are not on a school setting. Whenever and I think that those are all considerations that are at a state by state level. I think we will see it in other larger social venues on a national level. We're grateful for the opportunity to be part of the conversation, to be considered. If it weren't for the fact that this has worked so phenomenally well, our CEO would have canned it a long time ago. Our plan was for it to be a 2-year, $200,000 effort, and that was many years ago and many millions of dollars ago. And it has continued because the demand for it has been so overwhelming, and the experience has been so overwhelmingly positively received. And we're seeing the results on an ongoing basis. I think I answered any of the questions. We'll send out the data. We'll send out the survey information so you can see it straight from the horse's mouths. We'll happily connect anybody with peer groups, whether that's associations, industry associations, others that are participating in any state. Mr. Chairman, thank you again to you and the board for the opportunity, and I'll wrap up with that.
Great. Thank you very much, Andrew. Appreciate you carving out the time to kind of walk us through this. Very, very interesting. Yes, not free, but good things aren't always. And so something for us to kind of get together as a council. We'll circle back with you in terms of what that could look like moving forward.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you, everyone. We're going to, I think we're jumping right into kind of a lunch break. It's supposed to start in 6 minutes. So you get an hour and 6 minutes. we'll pick it back up at 12:45. And so we'll go ahead and adjourn. Feel free to mute your mic and stop your video. And we're back. Let's see here. 17 tabs open, like Director Cooley was talking about earlier. Not easy to find where I am. One moment, I'll find my agenda here momentarily. All right, folks, make sure trickle in, but let's go ahead and continue on with our agenda. Super excited to review the Wyoming Community Development Authority's presentation. I just kind of scanned through some of the slides ahead of time. Excited to have Scott Haversland with us today. I believe Scott is on. Scott, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Right on. Perfect. The floor is yours. We'd love to hear and learn a lot more about the Wyoming workforce. I'm sorry, about the Wyoming Community Development Authority.
All right, can you all see the screen then?
We can, thank you.
The presentation up there? All right. I'll just start off. I'm Scott Haversland, Executive Director of the Wyoming Community Development Authority, and I'll start kind of just talking a little bit about WCDA and what we do. WCDA is a mission-driven entity whose mission is to finance affordable housing in the state of Wyoming. WCDA was enacted, the law to set up WCDA was enacted in 1975. And WCDA is set up as an instrumentality of the state. We are located in Casper, is our headquarters, and we have about 48 staff on board. And we're governed by a 9-member board, and 2 of those members are the governor and the state treasurer, and they serve because of the virtue of the office that they hold. So we may be an instrumentality of the state, not necessarily a state agency, but we're working on behalf of the state as that. As I said, we were an instrumentality of the state set up in 1975. So next year we're coming up on our 50th anniversary of being out there providing affordable housing. We do that generally through 2 different programs, one on home ownership and one on rental assistance, so help finance apartment buildings around the state for low to moderate income individuals. On the home ownership side, what people have heard us about most is our first-time homebuyer program. So under our first-time homebuyer program, we go out on the open bond market and we sell bonds, and then the proceeds of those bonds come back to us, and with those proceeds, we then buy the mortgages. The mortgages are originated by banks in the state of Wyoming, where a first-time homebuyer will go in and request, a loan, and they'll originate those loans in accordance with the standards for the first-time homebuyer program. Those standards do change a little bit based on who they're going through. I mean, we go by our insurers, and our insurers are the Federal Home Loan, Federal Housing Administration, or HUD, the Veterans Administration, and then USDA Rural Development. Those loans are competitive with the open market because we are able to issue the tax exempt bonds, and then the buyers of those bonds will pay a lower rate and cost us less interest than hopefully going through the regular mortgage market. We also have a couple other products that are not just for first-time home buyers. One of those is the WCDA Advantage program, and that's through Ginnie Mae. Those loans are bought, and then we securitize those through Ginnie Mae, and they go back into a mortgage-backed security, which is then bought by investors, on the open market for those mortgage-backed securities. Currently, the interest rate on those mortgages on the Advantage program are 7%, and then we have Fannie Mae HFA. HFA stands for Housing Finance Agency, and WCDA is our state's housing finance agency for the state of Wyoming. They have a special program where we can do mortgages that are not necessarily only for first-time home buyers, but their current rate is a 7.125. We also provide down payment assistance. That's one of probably our competitive advantages out there, is that we provide down payment assistance up to $15,000 to cover closing costs and down payments for those home buyers. So especially those people getting into their first home, they need some help with those additional costs. So we'll do $15,000. If you're under the first time home buyer program, then that $15,000 is it's not amortized, it's due on sale or refinancing of that house, so that there's not a regular payment that has to go with that $15,000. It's just due upon sale. If you're under the Advantage or the HFA Preferred program, it's an amortizing loan, which is over 10 years. So we also at WCDA, and I don't know if a lot of people know this, but we operate a loan servicing department. Many of the loans that we originate or purchase here, we service those loans, and we think that's an advantage especially for our first-time home buyers, because anything that's going on in Wyoming, when we've had some of the mine closures and that, we're able to work with those areas around the state, because we know as those things are coming up, some of the stuff that's happening, we've along with the governor and had meetings in Gillette at times with the mine closures to talk about, how they should, contact us and what we can do, to help them with their mortgages. On the rental side, we help finance rental housing through a variety of federal programs. A couple of those programs are the Home Investment Partnership Act and the National Housing Trust Fund. These are both HUD programs, and we administer those monies. And with those, we have an annual application and review process where developers will apply for those funds, along with the third product at the bottom there, which is a low-income housing tax credit. They generally use a mixture of those three products to help finance the building of their apartment complexes. These are competitive rounds, so we look at each application. Generally, applications will get between 10 and 15 applications, and with the funding that we have available, we'll probably be able to finance 3 to 4 projects around the state on an annual basis. Those projects generally tend to run, between 48 to 60 units, so they're not a 24-unit project. We used to fund a lot of the smaller projects around the state, but developers have found that it's hard if you have 1 or 2 vacancies in a 12-unit project to be able to pay for that. So generally, they're probably around 48 to 60 units in areas around the state, but we have a lot of them that are 12 to 24 too, that have been done in the past. So those applications, like I said, are taken annually. We generally put out the applications in August or around in August, and they have to have their applications in by end of September. And then we, next week in our board meeting next week, on the 24th, we'll actually approve the projects that we have scored and selected. So that's an annual allocation of those funds. The next item that we have is we support community development through the use of this Community Development Block Grant Program. Those monies are given out to units of local governments, so cities and counties apply for those funds. If you're if you have a project or you're a nonprofit or that, you'll generally go to the city or county and they will sponsor your application. These projects have to meet at least one of the national objectives that are listed, and that's benefiting the low and moderate income persons. So the area or the city has to have 70% of those funds have to be spent on low to moderate income individuals. The second national objective is preventing slum or blight, eliminating it. And then the final one is urgent need. And urgent need can't be something that deferred maintenance that went on for years and years. It's got to be something like potentially a flood or something that's happened that caused, that just happened. And you need to be able to renovate or do some projects with that money. Like I said, those are sponsored through the cities or counties. Going back then, one of the things that we've done over the last few years with, and everybody I think around the state understands this, we have a huge need for housing around the state. And a lot of when some of the ARPA and CARES Act funding was coming through, worked with the governor to try to secure some of that through the legislature, and have been fairly unsuccessful in the last 2 years to try to get money for housing. Last year, unmet housing needs, the governor was able to secure through the legislature about $10 million that went to the State Lands and Investment Board for infrastructure needs. 5 million of that was ARPA funds and 5 million was general funds. So far to date, there's been 2 awards given out through that, one to Cheyenne and one to Jackson. And that's about 2.5 million. So there's about 7.5 million of that money still sitting out there that was not used. I think part of that was, it was kind of late in the process and tough for people to understand how to apply for that. And would have liked to see more of that go out, but it was also limited to just the infrastructure portion. So we're looking at ways to do things, but one of the things that we've decided here at WCDA is we need to really quantify around the state. Everybody in their own areas know, hey, we need more housing, but until we get those numbers and are able to talk to the legislators and give them those numbers and things, I think we're going to have to make that case. So this year WCDA has contracted with RIT Policy Research. They are a Denver-based company to do a statewide housing needs assessment. And that's what I'll show you some slides from the preliminary information we got from them. We're just wrapping up that needs assessment and trying to get all the reports in line and make sure all the information is correct. So hopefully in the next month, we'll have, before the legislature convenes, we'll have a lot of that information that we will share on our WCDA website. This first slide talks about needs assessment, and it looks at the affordability gap by each county and looking at those that earn $25,000 or less and what they can afford, and then also comparing the number of units that are available to renters, that make 25,000. So number of units or households earning 25,000 or less minus the number of renters in that area. And you can see that there's a large gap. You look at Natrona County, it is short by like over 1,000 units, Albany County, 1,500 units, Laramie County, 1,300 units. So that's showing that there's not enough housing stock for those people that are earning 25,000 or less. You may look up at Teton and say, well, there's extra units available there than those making 25,000 or less. This next slide, I think, will show part of what's happening there. There's maybe a number of units available, but when we look at this red colored slide, that's an affordability mismatch. And it's talking about the number of units that are affordable to households under 35,000, but are occupied by higher income households. So they're not, a lot of the rental units or houses are not income restricted, and higher income individuals are occupying those properties which are affordable to those under 35,000. So that shows kind of statewide.
Scott, if I can put a pause real quick in there,
Yep.
just to open it up to council, see if there's any questions or things that
Okay,
come to
yeah.
mind for anyone on the council. No, I guess not. I guess they're all just enthralled in the numbers. I will ask on that last slide with the $25,000, what does that equate to in terms of kind of a monthly rent number, in terms of what's considered affordable?
Well, and I think, I don't know for sure at the $25,000 level, but when they're looking at affordability, they're looking at, you know, an individual not spending more than 30% of their gross income on housing and housing related costs. So when you break that down to a monthly amount, you know, that's a roughly, you know, $2,000. So it's, you know, $600, $650, you know, rent probably that you would be spending, you know, at 30% of your monthly income.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll go on to this next one then, and we look at the home values in Wyoming versus the affordable prices. That top, well, the green line is what the people can afford in the state. So the affordable home prices, you can see where some of that went up to about 325,000 there at the peak in 21 or 22, and then it's tailed off dramatically and dropped down. That's all generally due to the interest rates raising. You know, we were at a 2.5%, 3% interest rate on mortgages for several years, you know, after 2008, and we kind of sat down there and affordability got better and better. But then when interest rates have went up to 6% and 7%, person, you know, the amount of house that they can afford now has dropped off. But when we look at the yellow line, those home values continue to increase. So that affordability gap is getting bigger. A lot of that has to also do with, you know, the law of supply and demand. There's just not a lot of first-time homebuyer units, those that are at 200, 250,000. You look at probably average prices, you know, where this shows that average price is 325 to 350,000 for home values around the state.
So Scott, if we can go back to that, I'm sorry.
Yep.
So in effect, I mean, if we're to, like, you know, what are the takeaways from this slide? Is it in it? Because what I'm seeing is that incomes are not keeping up with home values. Home values have to be driven up by something, by demand. So is that just purely people moving in from outside the area that either are remote workers or retirees, or is that kind of what we're saying here?
Yeah, and I think we'll see that some later in some of the slides when we look at some of the age demographics, the increase in populations for those 65 and above, so the retirees, you know, and with interest rates going higher and higher, you know, if you retire and maybe looking to downsize or something, but you've either got your house paid for or, you know, you're looking to buy something else, you don't want to finance it at 6, 7, 8% when you've seen 3 to 4% before. You know, if you've had all the equity in your house and you can downsize and get another one, but that housing stock is really what's causing a lot of it. There's just not enough housing stock, and the new houses being built are in that $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 range.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. This next one then shows some of the affordability. You know, if we look at 2021 compared to 2023 by county, if you look at Albany County, that first one, the kind of purple color is not necessarily purple, but it's the blue line under the red, and the blue line is the affordable price. So you can see that blue line is a lot shorter than the red line, and that red line is saying that's the typical home value. So the home value is a lot more than what the affordable price is. And that was 2021. You go ahead 2 years, and each one of those lines, the affordable price is far less than the typical home value in 2023. So just in the matter of a couple years of coming out of the pandemic and that type of stuff, those typical home values have increased far past the affordable price. The affordable prices went down because of interest rates and some of those, but the home values have far exceeded that in every county in the state. So all 23 counties show home values above the basic affordable price. And then we've had to move Teton Valley off of that first slide deck because you couldn't really tell any of that. So it's got its own set of parameters here where the typical home value is reaching almost 1.5 million in 21, and in 23 it's almost $2 million. So that's down there on its own scale.
We know how this compares to surrounding states.
Well, no, we haven't done any work with that, in comparisons. I think one of the things that we're planning to do, this needs assessment, is kind of step one to the whole process to kind of see what these numbers are statewide by the cities and various counties. And then our next process after we have this housing needs assessment finalized is to go back. There's been a housing coalition that's kind of been set up these last couple years, not necessarily as a formal entity, but we're looking at doing something about that and trying to set it up as something statewide. And then what we'll go into is along with that housing coalition and WCDA is to do a statewide housing strategic plan. What do we do? How do we, solve some of these issues over the next few years? What are the types of funding sources out there that are available for those things beyond just the federal monies that we have? What are some of the things that we can look at? I know some of the ideas thrown around this last couple of years have been land trust, community land banks, a statewide housing trust fund. Some of the legislation that we've tried to, get passed or through some of the committees over the last couple of years has failed to get to the floor of the House. So it's kind of taken some of these needs assessment numbers and then looking at what are some of the strategies that we can implement over the next, 1 year, 3 years, 5 years to start really making a dent in these numbers and bringing them back to something more affordable. The next thing is we're looking at different employment and industry. Yeah. Question?
Scott, I'm sorry. We've got Tony Cross has a question.
Okay.
And given that he's in county, I can't wait to hear it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was curious, Scott, on that previous slide, how I apologize if I missed this, but how is affordability defined there or calculated?
I think it's the average that the general wage earner across the counties can pay, and affordability again is affordable prices is 30% of your gross income.
Based on average wages across each county?
Yeah.
Roughly. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, so looking at this next one, now we'll kind of break it down by different employment sectors and those. So we look at a lot of those. We all know those good producing are natural resources, and mining are some of our top things across the state. But a lot of those industries that have increased, when we look at employment over the last few years, the increases have been in the professional and business services area. Education and health and leisure and hospitality have larger increases, where the natural resources and mining has went down. Some of the manufacturing have went up, but these service producing jobs are generally the lower income jobs, and we'll see that in some of these next slides. Here's where we look at the natural resource and mining, and average annual wage for the natural resources went from 72,000 in 2010 up to 91,000, but you drop down to those that have seen the larger increases in the number of jobs. Drop down to the bottom is leisure and hospitality, and those average earnings went from 17.5 to just 27.5. So where we're seeing a lot of those jobs come in is those lower earning positions. This next one looks at by that industry and job areas. We've got some of the median annual earnings there, and then what those people could afford in the maximum affordable rent using that 30% calculation. So we look at natural resources. You know, they can afford about $2,300 rent, and they're able to do that. But you slide across and you come to affordable home prices, then you know you can afford a $315,000 mortgage, and generally one person can't. The red no is that one person can't generally afford that average home price there. When you take in, if there's 1.5 wage earners in the house that are both in that industry, then generally they can. But you can see there's a lot, still 6 of these different groups that can't afford with 1.5 wage earners in the family, in the house. This next one shows going forward projected growth from 2020 to 2030 in these various different sectors, and then what the average medium annual wage is for each of those jobs. Kind of broke it out just in different ways. Here, if we look at rental and the various essential worker categories, we have the yellow line there, which is the median rent for the state. And then we have each of those categories. Was there a question?
Yeah, Tammy, you have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, on the last slide, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe the one before that. I'm sorry. Of these houses on the max affordable home price, how many houses are realistically in those price ranges in the state? Because those are pretty low numbers.
Oh yeah, and that again is, like I said earlier, part of the problem. We don't have the housing stock, and excuse me. The housing stock, and those are the maximum affordable home price. So those aren't there. There's probably very few, and I think what we'll see as we get a lot more of this information from this needs assessment, and we are getting a lot of that. We can look at by city and county the value, the home prices in the cities and counties, and that'll break a lot of that stuff out. It goes a lot more granular. This was just kind of statewide and some of the initial information we got. So
yeah,
we're breaking that down, and I think that's what it's going to show us, is that if we can be able to build more homes, we'll bring a lot of those average prices down, hopefully on new homes, to get them at a lower rate, and people can get into those. Because you look at any of those, you know, where are you going to find a $95,000 home for leisure, somebody that works in leisure and hospitality? I don't think there's anything out there, you know, that you can do that.
Okay, thank you.
And I think this then shows, you know, on rental affordability, these are the various positions, and then that average medium rent is that yellow line, and there's a lot of those types of jobs that earn more than the median rent and they can afford. But you know, in the areas of cashiers, general maintenance workers, and some of those that you know, it's even tough for them, and janitors and cleaners to be able to find rental places. But then when you go one more and go on to home ownership and being able to afford homes, you can see that most of those are below that area average price of a home that they can afford. You've got pharmacists and some of the medical and health service people, transportation, and financial managers that are above that. So on average, you know, there's a lot of problems with affordability for home ownership. This is the slide I was talking about earlier when I was talking about population and age forecasts. As we look back from 2018 to 2030, a lot of those age groups, you know, are either relatively steady or decreasing slightly. But you look at the red line, which is the 65 and over, and that's an increasing population. And a lot of what that has to do, like I said earlier, is if you're looking at that and people are trying to, you know, downsize or do something like that, the interest rates are probably stopping them. So that is restricting those homes that generally become available through natural attrition of people, you know, downsizing after retirement or those types of things. So a few of the other things that WCDA is working on, like I said, we're doing the housing needs assessment, and that's in its final stages right now. Hopefully finalize it by the end of this month and get that out there on our website so it's available for all. And like I said, it'll be down to the city level. A lot of that demographic information will be down there. Some of what we're doing right now, trying to finalize with them, is that they've got the demographic information down to the city level, but it's not telling, you know, the user necessarily what that means. So we're trying to get them to summarize a lot of that. Summarizes it very good on the statewide level, but on a city level, it's not telling them, hey, if you see these numbers, you know, what are those things you can do about it? Like I said, with that, after this needs assessment, then we want to go into the statewide housing strategic plan and start working through what are some of the ways that or different various tools that we have that we can do to try to mitigate some of this crisis that's happening right now, and how can we get more housing units out there available to everyone on all the affordable units, as well as, you know, workforce units, people that need it. We're trying to get more industries into the state, but how are we going to get everybody here if we don't have the homes to house them once they get here? So hopefully, you know, we can get that done throughout this year, and then have some strategies to go to the legislature with in 2025 when we have not just a budget session to go forward with that. One of the other things that we did at the end of last year was put in a request to HUD. They had Pathways to Removing Obstacles in Housing, a grant proposal out there, and we applied for about 2.4 million of funding to help cities and counties around the state to be able to do some of their own studies and work with someone to help them determine a plan on how they can go forward and meet the needs for housing in their city or county. Those were initially supposed to be done early, hopefully by January, but I was back in DC last week, and it sounds like with the continuing resolution and some of the things going on there, that some of those decisions may not be made up until April, but hopefully we can get some of that money out there and be able to have those grant monies available to cities and counties around the state. But, you know, just watch, you know, we'll probably put something out around the state, but we'll also have that on our website once that becomes available and how to apply for it. And like I said, that's about 2.4 million that we have requested for that. Some of the key issues on the takeaways that we had from the needs analysis that we did is, despite moderate population and employment growth, a shift in the base industries have caused a mismatch in affordability. So like I said, a lot of those jobs employment that are increasing, they're in areas that earn less. So that's causing more of a pressure on being able to provide housing around the state. Rent growth is outpacing income growth and leading to other cost burdens. The dwindling supply that's available for lower income renters is causing higher income renters is caused by a lot of the higher income people renting those units that are available for lower income. Home prices continue to rise, and we've seen that. Hopefully that'll moderate, but you know, the sooner the better. The higher interest rates, I'm hoping, and what we see, hopefully, you know, mid-year, that some of the interest rates will either maybe we can see a decrease in interest rates. I don't think we'll ever get back to the levels that we've seen, you know, the last 10 years. That would be nice, but probably not in the near future. The other thing that we have is the Wyoming Business Council has done a study through the Harvard Growth Lab, and they noted that there was one national developer in the state of Wyoming. And when they said it was Habitat for Humanity, it didn't surprise me, but it doesn't help either when, you know, I'm the chair of the Habitat board here in Casper, and we probably build 3 or 4 houses a year. That's not going to meet that housing stock or those housing needs. It's, you know, generally in places, it's going to take a lot more than that to meet that unmet need across the state. And as we try to get, you know, more industry in the state, we're going to need a wider variety of housing options. Sarah, did you have a question? See your hand up there.
I do. Thanks, Scott. Thanks for this great presentation. And I really liked seeing all that data. That was really informative. My question is about, what do you know about how Wyoming's positioned in competition with other states? And I know other states are seeing a housing squeeze as well, but just like in context, are we in the exact same position as other states like us, or different, or is everyone sort of seeing this housing issue, but with, I don't know, just how do we compare, I guess?
Yeah, well, I think when I meet a couple times a year with other executive directors at the housing finance agencies across, you know, the US, everybody's having some of the same problems. It's how we are able to meet it. I mean, a lot of the states have secured a lot of the ARPA funds in their state and used that for different programs. I know, talking to Montana, I just yesterday talking on some stuff, they used several $1 million worth of their ARPA funds to go towards housing. Like I said, we've secured 10 million and probably been able to use 2.5 million to date. So that's where a lot of the other states have used a lot of that fiscal recovery money to do those types of things. And a lot of the other states, I think the nice thing about living here, we got less of a population, but that's also kind of a problem, because a lot of the developers aren't coming to the state because there's not a great population and a great need. They're not able to make the same amount of money here as they probably can in the higher populated state. Part of that is what the Business Council has been looking at too, is just with the regulatory reform and looking at that. Part of that is the problem that I've seen, at least with the regulatory reform committee that met on that, was there was maybe one bit of legislation that may come out of that based on accessory dwelling units, you know, in homes, but there wasn't a lot of change that came out of there. So hopefully, you know, they voted to continue that through this session, and hopefully, you know, more reforms around the state can happen to open up the state to more people wanting to come in and develop here and meet that need that we have. But yeah, I think a lot of the states are in the same thing. They just have been able to secure more funding to meet a lot of that. Like I said, WCDA, we haven't received any money yet to go towards that type of thing. So that's what we're hoping to do in this next couple of years.
And now, everything's good to go.
Ooh, sorry, any other questions for Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I do.
Mark?
Yeah, Scott. So, playing devil's advocate, let's assume we're a developer. We're trying to entice them to come to the state of Wyoming. We've got all these massive construction projects, the Natrium facility, the missile field rebuild, the Trona mine expansions, carbon capture. I mean, we could go on and on and on. And then we get these expanded population figures for the employment. All these people need housing, right? So you'd expect, yay, I'm a developer. This is this is where I belong. I should be pumping money here, right? Except for those are temporary employees, and there's all this speculation about it. And the cost of money. To your point, I can't see, and this is where I'm really interested to make me smarter, but why would anybody take that gamble? Because we've got temporary employee, massive amounts. Don't get me wrong, but you'd have to capitalize on your money so fast, with those facilities. So, the market here, again, to your point, leans towards renters entirely, not home buyers, because who's going to do that at 8%? So, I mean, help me understand, how would we ever break down that the market is driving this? I mean, nobody wants to build this stuff because their liability is through the roof. Am I wrong?
No, and I think that's part of it is, like we said, developers looking at coming and those types of things. Sometimes the regulations and the things they have to do to get through building permits and getting a lot of those things is costing them a lot. They're putting more capital forward before they even, put a shovel in the ground. And that's their first barrier. But then that same thing, like you said, if we're building, a nuclear facility and there's 2,000 people needed to build it and 500 people needed to, to operate it after it's there, it's how do you do that? Even with rental places, if you take old motels and renovate them into rental units, they're still going to be there afterwards. Are they going to be needed? Are they not? And there's not a lot of people that really are favorable on man camps or those types of things, but those are some of the issues that we face, I think, is looking at temporary units that we can get in here and then not have for the long term too. We're looking for answers to a portion of the questions. We won't have answers for all things, I don't think, either. And it's going to take a kind of a multiple tools in the tool belt to get things done like that.
Great answer. I wish we had an answer, but that is the
correct. I know, so do I. I wish it was an easy answer.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Director Cooley, I saw that you had your hand up. Do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott, thanks so much for the presentation. This is really helpful, and I'm looking forward to the survey information that you get out. What are you seeing other states do? We're trying to keep our eye on it as well. But you're kind of in the thick of that. What are other states doing that you're seeing is having some success?
I think it's a multitude of different things. I mean, we went to South Dakota and visited. They have it's called the Governor's House, and it's actually, Department of Corrections built housing, and they have put out, I think they started in 1996 and have built over 3,500 homes, through the corrections industries there. Little bit of a problem here in talking with Department of Corrections because, we have labor shortage, correctional officers of, 1,000 approved FTEs and only 800 employees, so there's a huge shortage there that would just add to it if we tried to start up a program like that. But I think one of the things that we have is, again, adding to economic development and industry is looking at manufactured housing. We've, visited a couple places. I know the mayor of Cheyenne has went over to Nebraska and looked at some and would like to, bring manufactured housing into the state somewhere. We visited Colorado has down in Buena Vista, city of 2,800 has a factory down there, and looking at some of that, of how can we get lower cost housing into the state, or even not lower cost, but how can we get it here quicker? I mean, so some of those are the things. Looking at some of the other states, Wyoming is one of only 3 states that doesn't have a statewide housing trust fund that helps to, fund a lot of these types of projects or things that are going on around the state. So looking for funding like that. I know it's so far in the 2 years that I talked with the legislature about things like that, trust funds are not a favorite thing of the Wyoming legislature, or they've had some bad taste in their mouth from the past on certain ones. But I think those are things that we need to look at and how we can, do that. ARPA funds now are going away, so that's not necessarily what that time has passed to use some of those to be able to get these projects done. But, that's why we're doing this. The next step of that is a statewide strategic plan to look at that and probably go around to a lot of the other states, probably more surrounding, because, Wyoming's nothing like the coastal states or that. We have different things and different needs, and we try to meet those needs differently than a lot of those states. But we'll look at that and put together some of those main points of how we can hopefully start conquering this problem, because it's going to continue. It's only getting worse.
Great, thank you. Tammy?
Nice. Scott, thank you for this great presentation. I had two questions, but I think I'll just ask one.
Tammy, I think you're cutting out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know my mic is on a different computer. Okay, that's better. Scott, the Naturing Project in Kemmerer is one of many, like Mark mentioned. Are you guys at all involved with those communities on any planning? Not that I would expect you would be, but I'm just curious how far your footprint goes. And I know those are going to be difficult situations for those communities.
No, I know, and we've talked a lot with the area of Kemmerer and been involved with some of the stuff going on down there and trying to help out with those. So yes, we're kind of in there. We're not a major part of what's been going on, but we've had continued communications with them and looking for ways to help out down there where we can.
Great, thank you, Scott. Any other questions for Scott before we allow him to go on with his day? Oh, got one from Katie Hogarty, who just joined. Yes,
Hi, I don't have a question. I just wanted to, I'm very much appreciative of this work. Scott, I'm with Climb Wyoming. We work with low income single moms.
All
And
right.
I've been doing this work for over 13 years and have never experienced more homeless families than we are right now, because the housing situation is so dire. So as you think about the different demographics and the data you showed was so powerful. I just wanted to say that from my seat, this is the most important issue facing the state, and I'm excited to roll up my sleeves and see how we can support the work that you're doing. It's so critical.
Well, I think, and thank you for that, Katie. I appreciate that. And we've, secured other funding through the time too that I didn't have listed there, but we have some of the additional home money. We have some home ARP money. That's an additional like 7.4 million that deals specifically with homelessness. And we're just starting to get that out, now. So hopefully we're able to, get some of those things with homelessness around the state too, and be able to provide that. It's not just homes for all the working class. It's for those that are having problems and have no roof over their head. We need to kind of get better at that. I know right here in Casper there, we do have the Wyoming Rescue Mission, but we still have a problem with a number of homeless that don't have a roof over their heads. So.
Yes, thank you. I mean, all of the affordability issue just connects all demographics, and just again, really appreciate the time and energy you're putting into it. It's so critical. There's really nothing else more important, I think, than this issue in the state.
No, I think it's starting to catch a lot of traction, and it's going to take a lot of input from everybody, and that's what we're looking for as we step into the strategic plan is getting everybody's input and finding solutions on how to solve that. So I appreciate everybody taking the time today and having me here.
Thank you, Scott. Are you having these conversations with city planning, city planners? And I mean, what's been the response there? Is that just a slow slog?
So I mean, it's been some individuals that have come to us and just asked us about where we're at on this. And I know I seen earlier Mayor Hall was name up there, and we've had several conversations with them too. One of the things that's come about because of a lot of that is in this final numbers that we have, we've looked at several of the places. I know another one of the things that's limiting affordability is a lot of places have a lot of Airbnb or short-term rentals. So we're trying to pull out some of those main areas that, and looking at the number of homes that are, you know, being short-term rentals, and what effect does that cause on a lot of the areas? Because I know that's what we've been hearing a lot from some of the cities around the state, going like, well, we'd not have all this problem if we didn't have Airbnbs, because we'd have a number of other houses that we could have for lower income people to occupy.
Right. Sure, I can imagine. Dr. Aldrich has a question that just came up.
I just have a comment. Thank you so much for your presentation, Scott. We actually have had the opportunity. I serve on the Cheyenne City Council, and we've had an opportunity to work with WCDA and the Community Development Block Grant, because we're one of the cities that still uses the Community Development Block Grant. But I appreciate you acknowledging the short-term rental situation, because this problem is, it goes beyond interest rates, it goes beyond logistical supply chain, it goes beyond having developers who are willing to invest or have enough capital to invest. There are so many strands to this challenge, right? It's trying to untangle a huge knot. And one of the things that we've really identified is short-term rentals, Airbnbs, but also house flipping. A lot of house flippers are actively in the market, and they purchase a lot of homes that normally entry-level home buyers would have had the opportunity to purchase and invest sweat equity in. And even for our Habitat for Humanity and for our My Front Door, which is another nonprofit that works in our community here in Cheyenne, they're having a hard time, even if they get the money from the Community Development Block Grant, to go out and buy a house to renovate or rehabilitate for a low-income family. They can't even get into the market to find those sweat equity homes, if you will, because house flipping has become so common. And the majority, I would love to see a statistic on how many realtors own rental property, because realtors are buying a lot of our rental properties up, or affordable houses up, and turning them into rental properties and increasing their inventory personally. And so those houses never hit the market. So it's really a frustrating experience to sit on a policy side of it and have all of these different issues that we don't have a lot of control over.
Well, and thank you for that too. I think one of the things that we, at least I know I've seen here this last summer, you know, are cash buyers. I mean, it's more and more, and it's a lot of those people that are flipping homes. You know, they'll take it proceeds from their one and then buy the next one, but it's all a cash deal. So those people that can't afford a new home, that are trying to get a mortgage to do it, never have a chance to get that home because they're cash buyers. One of the things that we've seen here too is that, you know, you would see escalation clauses in purchase contracts. And talking to some of the realtors around here, it was happening on those that might come up at $150,000. I mean, it's probably a fixer upper, but it's a first time home to somebody that can get a renovation loan, that can get in there and do a few renovations to it and make it a great first home for people. But in that $150,000 range, they were seeing escalation clauses in that. So that's where I'm thinking that it could be those people that were wanting them for rentals, and they wanted it, and they had a set price they would pay, but it was going to run anybody else that maybe was looking at it as their first time home out of that market. So that is a problem. That's a tough thing to do. And I think all of us know that. We watch TV and you see all those, you know, shows on people and how to make more money that way. Everybody wants to try it. Tell you do it, and you find out, yeah, you can make some money, but it's also, if you don't do it right, you might be caught in the middle of something.
Well, Scott, thank you so much for sharing this topic with us. Obviously, it's massively important, very timely. That's why we're excited to be able to get you on the agenda, and so that you could share this with the council, because it obviously has a significant impact on workforce and the development of workforce in our state. So thank you very much. For those that loved a lot of the slides, don't forget, it is all out on board. It's attached to the agenda. You can borrow those and use those. I'm sure Scott doesn't have a problem with that as long as you attribute. but it's all there.
Yeah, and if you have any questions, like I said, my number is on there. So yeah, give me a call, or my email's on there too. If you have any questions, get a hold of me, and look forward to in the next few weeks we'll have that information out on our website. And again, our website is wyomingcda.com. So you can find a lot of that information out there. We have a demographic tab off to the left side, and it should be kept under there, and it'll probably be under the 2024 information.
Great. Thanks again, Scott, for your time.
All right. I appreciate you having me. Thanks.
Great. All right. Do we have Dr. Laurel Ballard in the house? There she is. Wonderful. So just as a reminder, very quickly to the council, we've been working with Dr. Ballard over the last few years. The council has contributed, I think, close to $400,000 towards the effort of developing a micro-credentialing for teachers across the state. So with that, Dr. Ballard, the floor is yours, and very excited to have you here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is good to be here. I am definitely excited. We have appreciated the support of the council, because we've been making some really good progress on the work we've been doing around the micro-credentialing. So, all right, can you see my screen? Make sure we're good. Okay. Oops. So just because I know some people haven't been here when I presented before, because I think the last time I presented was in 2022. So just kind of thinking about what is a micro-credential. It is really kind of the recognition that's received from demonstrating a competency on a specific skill, and that it could include like industry recognized competencies as well. And the idea is you take these competencies and so you're measuring like individual ones, but as you put them all together and group them together, it also allows somebody to demonstrate they have a larger skill. So if we're looking at computer science, and which is what we've been doing, and looking at effective teaching of computer science, we've been building micro-credentials. There's a total of 17 that I'll talk about in a minute, but 17 micro-credentials that allow teachers to demonstrate that they're effective at teaching computer science. Just to kind of recap for you, we started out this project with a support from you and support from the U.S. Department of Education with a Perkins Innovation and Modernization Grant. And our focus to start off with was creating micro-credentials for secondary teachers, because we had lots of teachers in Wyoming that were very nervous with being able to teach computer science, or going through the post-secondary route was a little nerve-wracking for some of them, as well as some of them in terms of like financial incentives for them. There were limited incentives for that. And so we started out looking at the secondary teachers. We, based on the response we were getting from the secondary and the way in which we built them, it was really easy to join in and have the elementary teachers also join in. So we've done that. And now we are actively working on and piloting the micro-credentials for the students. We did in 2022, June of 22, the department, or the Professional Teaching Standards Board, which is our licensing board for teachers, approved the micro-credentials as an alternative pathway for teachers to earn their computer science endorsement. So that was a huge goal of these micro-credentials, right? Like, they don't do much good if we didn't, at least for our purposes and the reason we were creating them, without that. So it's one of the first alternative pathways that the PTSB allowed using the micro-credentials. So they put us through the ringer as we were trying to do it, but it all turned out, I think, really well in the end. So I just want to start with the teacher micro-credentials. So we have a total of 17 micro-credentials. They're kind of grouped in the way our standards are, but so you can kind of think about it. The first one is in algorithms and programming, and we have 5 different micro-credentials we put together, and we call them stacks, the stack of micro-credentials. And so we've got 5 different stacks, and these aligned perfectly with our with what we asked for, what the standards are, except for the computational thinking. That was one we added, since computational thinking really is the foundation of computer science. We added that one in to be able to do this. So I just kind of looking at progress that we've made over the last few years. When I reported to you last, we had 40 teachers that were participating in the pilot. We had 29 teachers that had submitted evidence for at least one micro-credential, because we were still pretty early in the pilot at that point. We had a total of 80 micro-credentials that have been earned by the teachers, and 4 educators at that point were on track to complete all 17 micro-credentials. At this point, as of the middle of January, we have now 133 teachers participating in this pilot. We have 56 teachers that have earned at least one micro-credential. We have 563 micro-credentials that have been earned, and even since then, last time I looked at it, we are now closer to 570 over the last week. So we have lots of teachers actively working on these at this point. And we have 24 teachers at this point that have completed all 17 micro-credentials and are able to earn their endorsement through this pathway. So lots of progress. And even today, in the last 2 days, I've had 3 teachers reaching out to me about joining in on the work of the computer science micro-credentials. I thought I'd just take a second to talk about just kind of the progress. I mean, just like not just like how many we've got, but is it really worth the teacher's time? Because we always hear teachers have so much on their plate and limited time. And so you got to be thoughtful about whatever you're asking them to do. So this first one is just looking at their satisfaction, the percentage of teachers that said the micro-credentials were positively impacting these different areas. So you can kind of see we have really strong results. I kind of broken it out between secondary and elementary, but they kind of follow the same trend. Super high responses in thinking about their work-based knowledge, their work-related skills. The work-related motivation is actually one of my favorite ones to look at. These are teachers, the questions that we asked are asking if teachers are more motivated in their teaching profession, and not just in teaching computer science, but just being in teachers in general. And we see this really high percentage that are more motivated in teaching after completing the micro-credentials than they were before. I think one of the things that was really, heartwarming for me is that a lot of these teachers were piloting like right after we opened schools back up after COVID, and they were dealing with some pretty significant issues in schools, multiple kids going in and out of class, and just most of them a lot of teachers were saying how worn out they were. And these are teachers that even in those conditions were saying they're more excited about teaching than they were before. So it's pretty exciting to see these kind of results. And the last one is just their impact, their ability to impact students, and seeing how much that went up, how high that is at this point with many teachers who have never gone through the post-secondary routes for teaching computer science.
And Laurel, I'm sorry, this is Fabian. When was it conducted, these surveys?
We conduct them kind of after the teachers are finishing their micro-credentials. So it started in 22, but we're still collecting them as teachers. We're still considered in pilot mode. And so we're still collecting lots of data from the teachers as we're going through this.
Wonderful. And anecdotally, given the, increased focus on and belief that AI can replace software engineers, et cetera, do you sense any change in the motivation levels, or is that kind of a non-factor at this point?
I'm not hearing it at this point. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist out there, but I'm certainly not hearing it. And I'm actually seeing a lot more schools offering computer science at this point, and getting more teachers and trying to find ways to go from just teaching like one computer science class to having a wide variety of computer science classes being offered in the schools, especially at the high school levels.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Yep. We also do like pre-post assessments on the teachers, kind of thinking, so these are the looking at their increase in their basically their sense of self-efficacy and their increase of knowledge and being able around computer science. Again, I broke it up in the secondary and elementary educators. You can still see the results are pretty similar. Trends are similar between them. And you can see the incredible growth just between their understanding of the computer science content standards, the things that we're asking them to teach, which are the things that we ask them to teach students. Their confidence in being able to influence students' understanding of computer science, the knowledge of CSTA standards, those are pedagogy skills specific to computer science. And so we're seeing increases in that, as well as their confidence in being able to apply those. So we're pretty strong, again, still strong results in on the teacher micro credentials. We continue to do these. And like I said, even in the last day, I have been able to see, I have teachers reaching out to me daily asking about these and seeing those. So we also put in place mentors for the teachers that are going through this to help. So they have the teachers that are looking at being able to teach computer science are using these mentors to help them not just with how to complete the micro-credentials, but also on how to teach computer science, helping them better understand the computer science content. I think that's helped a lot of our teachers be able to get through this. Okay, so that's the teacher ones. Any questions on that before I flip over to the students?
No, looks like everybody's following along.
Awesome. All right, so the student micro-credentials, we structured them pretty similarly to the teachers. I mean, we're asking them for something different, but we've structured them in the same kind of these stacks. So the same 5 stacks of algorithms and programming, data analysis, computing systems, impacts of computing, networks, and the internet. Those are all, we ask them to kind of complete micro-credentials inside of those, aligned with the content standards. So the way we do our content standards, there are specific standards students have to be able to demonstrate competency on. And we have aligned these micro-credentials with students showing application and their ability to actually apply those standards in projects and real world contexts, kinds of things, and they're demonstrating those competencies. So we've been doing that. And then the practices, we also have students demonstrating competency in. A lot of these things, we added these in because we have, like if we think about what the practices are, it's things like testing and refining computational artifacts, collaborating around computing, communicating around computing. And when we've talked to lots of the industry professionals around this, it's when I ask them what they really need, it is actually these practices that keep coming up. So we're asking students to also demonstrate competency in applying these. So the way this works is the way it's been working. We've been working with a teacher, the high school teacher in Green River, at Green River High School, to teach the computer science. She's teaching computer science, and she's been offering the micro credentials to her students. And so she has taken her class, and if she is doing things like robotics, she's done some of the things like creating projects for her kids or helping her kids develop projects that allow them to demonstrate the skills in these different areas as they're doing it. So it's if you think about like all the things we may be talking about in education with like personalized learning and competency-based education, some of those kinds of things that come out of the profile of a graduate from our state board or the Governor's Ride Initiative, and all the things that we're asking these kids to do here align with that kind of work. So with the student pilot, this is kind of how it started. We started with the teacher actually worked at Expedition Academy, which is the alternative school in Green River. And she started offering the micro-credentials in the fall of 22. she started teaching in the being split between the high school and the traditional high school, Green River High School, and Expedition Academy. So she started transferring and allowing her students to at the traditional high school to work on them and earn them. And then in fall of this past fall, she's just at Green River High School, so she's continuing to pilot with her students over there. This spring, we are attempting to expand our pilot. We've learned so much and have changed the micro-credentials since we started them. And so this year, this semester, we're starting to not just have Green River High School, but we have 2 teachers in Evanston High School and 1 teacher at Wind River High School that'll be starting to offering them this semester. So let's look a little bit at the data that we have in here. For the students, just as we start looking at these results, you kind of see the number of responses, and we survey students after they've completed the different micro-credentials, as their different micro-credentials, so you can kind of see the different areas in which students have been working on micro-credentials over the last 2 years. As we get ready to look at the data, I just want to make sure, just kind of let you guys know, the students that participated in 22-23 are not the same students that participated in 23-24. It's a completely different set of students as when we went to the second year. Our results don't look quite as beautiful as the teachers, but I'm still pretty happy about where they landed. You have to keep in mind right now, we have, just like we started pretty slow with the teachers, because we didn't have the right incentives in place, right? We didn't have some of the, like the endorsement, the ability for the teachers to get the CS endorsement in the beginning. We had to kind of get them to do it before we could get that. And so the same kind of thing is happening with the students. We are working with UW right now to create incentives with post-secondary credit for students in the micro-credentials. So I think a lot of the results that we're still seeing kind of take with a little bit of, I don't know, grain of salt, because I still think we're missing those incentives to really get kids to be excited about doing some of these things. Even still, though, I think the results are pretty good. And you kind of see the comparison between 22-23 and the 23-24 school year. In general, we're seeing trends in the positive direction. They are liking the micro-credentials overall. When we look at student learning growth, they're kind of giving us how much they see, like their increase of knowledge in computer science, their increase in skills, their increase in motivation, and their increase in interest. Again, we continue to see the 23-24 with better results than we saw in the 22-23 school year, which I'll take that. I'm really happy when we start getting rid of the dark red, where they didn't feel like they had any growth at all. But I do think it is getting better. And I don't think it's just the micro-credentials are better, because although I think that's true, what we've also seen is that the teacher that have been teaching the students, her level of depth of understanding of what it takes to be able to teach students to a level of competency and mastery and applying is very different than teaching to a level of just, I have knowledge, not necessarily the ability to apply. And she is getting a lot better at how she's doing the projects with the kids, and she's having to ask a lot more from them. One of the things that she realized, is that when the kids are submitting their micro-credentials, they have to be able to communicate about what they're doing, about and she was finding that her kids had very limited technical writing skills. So they weren't really able to communicate very well about how they were doing the projects that they were doing. And so she's done a lot of work and has now incorporated that into her instruction with her kids to be able, so they're better able to talk about it. Which I'm pretty excited about. As a result of completing the micro-credentials, we asked the students, was the micro-credential process fun and engaging? And we can see that about 50% are in the green, with another 25% in the yellow saying at least some. And then in the light red, it's the a little bit, and the dark red is the hardly at all. So we're still seeing, I think these are pretty still positive results as we're looking at the student micro credentials, just if they like it. I think this one is my favorite of this one for the students. This is my favorite data. Would you recommend the micro credentials to other students? Because that tells us a lot about, is it really worth it? And that there's no red now. So I will take that, right? Thanks. So we are seeing that I do think kids are engaging with them and they are enjoying them, and some of those kinds of things. So we also do what we call a student perception survey with the students in the not just in this group, but with some of the others, with some other students as well across the state. And we have them do this. So this is just at the high school level, having kids talk about their perception and the extent to which they have confidence in their CS abilities, if they're engaged in CS activities and aware of the CS jobs, because that's part of what we've been working on as a part of this. So we did comparisons between 3 sets of schools. Look at the numbers are really small because we're doing this as a pilot, so everything is, and it's Wyoming, so everything's kind of, numbers are kind of small here. We only have one school that's actually working with the students that are piloting the micro credentials. We also have the Perkins, what we call our Perkins pilot schools. We use them. They are really intended to be a pilot at the teacher level, but we kind of took the results of their results and compared them against from their students against the teacher that is then teaching the micro credential, teaching the students with the micro credentials. And then we also have what we call comparator schools, which are schools that are not involved in the micro credentialing at all. Not at the school level not at the teacher level or the student level. And so we just kind of checked to see what that looks like. So we had 10 pilot schools, and then we had 10 comparator schools. The last time we did this was in the November and December of last year. So, and we had at least one school from each of the types of schools that had students that responded. And you kind of see we had a total of 57 responses. 15 came from the pilot schools, 9 from the Perkins pilot schools, and 33 from our comparison schools. And so we started with their confidence in computer science and kind of like where their confidence really is. And so we kind of did this. We actually gave them a whole slew, like 10, 15 different things that they could choose from. But for saving space here, I kind of gave you the top 2 and the bottom 2 for each of these areas. So they're just their use of computers. I think I actually am surprised that they're not all at 100%, considering I feel like our students all use computers frequently. So I was kind of surprised that they're not all at 100%, but you can kind of see that. For our students in the micro credential pilot, their second highest one was to figure out new computer programs and software, which is also the same thing for the Perkins comparator school. For our Perkins pilot school, their second highest one was their ability to troubleshoot computer related issues that might arise. For the bottom ones, for the bottom 2 for each of these, you have for the MC pilot school, being successful in a career in computer science and creating an app are their 2 lowest, which I'm going to tell you, this floors me, since that's exactly what they're doing, is looking at some of these things and showing that they have the skills. So I kind of am surprised that the students in this school are saying that, which tells me we have some more work to do there. For the comparator school, it's the programming a robot and writing code. And for the Perkins pilot school, their bottom 2 is building a web page and programming a robot. So if we look at engagement in computer science, it's just kind of read this the same way. It's the top 2 highest ones and the top 2 lowest ones for each of the schools. So they're, in terms of engagement, the students that responded most often, right? That if they make a mistake on a computer science related project, they can try to figure out where they went wrong. They're excited about the field of computer science. And then there's for the pilot, MC Pilot School, the bottom two are what I learned in the computer science classroom sparks my curiosity to further explore ideas and concepts, and the skills that I'm learning for computer science are things I will use later in life. Again, this surprises me because one of the things we asked them to do in the computer science micro credentials is we've asked them to not just talk about, hey, here's how I apply it, and here's how I applied this skill in my project, but we also ask them to talk about how then what they just did could be applied in like a outside of school, right? Like in the workforce or something like that. And they have to be able to describe that as well. So again, I'm seeing that students are not making some of the connections here that I'm hoping they would make. For the Perkins comparator schools and the Perkins pilot schools, you can kind of see those. I do like the fact that everybody is saying that if they make a computer science project, make a mistake, that they're willing to kind of figure out what went wrong, which is speaking to grit and resilience on these, that they're willing to keep going and not just give up. So I am happy to see that. When I look at CS jobs, we also, we only had 2 questions, so you can kind of see how the students related to this one. So for our pilot schools, right, that 77% of the students talked about to the extent were kind of rated these as they're either neutral or some, knowledgeable or very knowledgeable about to what extent do you think classes and experiences in high school will help you acquire industry-specific skills and competencies. I like seeing these higher numbers at 77. And then how knowledgeable are you at about the type of CS skills you would need in order to get an entry-level job? That one's at 69%. So I feel like the kids are kind of like all over the place when I look at some of these results. So we see definitely the Perkins comparator schools, these numbers are lower. And then in the Perkins pilot schools where the teachers were working on the micro-credentials, but the students have not been, we kind of see really high that they're knowledgeable about the type of skills that they would need, but very low about the extent to which their classes are helping them with industry recognized skills and competencies. So, and then looking at this, we also asked them about their knowledge about the type of CS skills you would need in order to get an entry-level job, and just kind of looked at this over time. To see, and we see a little bit of growth on this one and trending in the positive direction, but it's still not even, it is nowhere near what I'd want to see it with students. So we still have some work to do on this one. When we look at the student CS industry, asking the students to what extent do you think your CS classes and experiences in high school will help you acquire industry-specific skills and competencies in the field of CS. You can kind of see, right, we still have, we see growth in trending in the positive direction. I am a little nervous that we still see hardly at all for some of these kids. And we actually saw growth in that overall, but as I look at it in general, at least I think it's trending in the positive direction with the student micro-credentials. So we're continuing to pilot, we're continuing to refine. We've been working with the University of Wyoming to look at the dual enrollment credit so that we give carrots to students for wanting to do this. I also think we don't see the level of increase in skills with the students like we do with the teachers for a couple reasons. One of which, I think when we do the micro-credentials, it's not like a submit once and you either get it or you don't, right? It's a submit once, you either get it or you get feedback. And then you take your feedback and you go and you adjust things, you think more deeply, you work again, and then you resubmit your work. We allow that for the students as well, but we're not seeing that. So the students do it once, they give it to you, and they're done, is how it's showing up right now. And so I think we have, we're trying to figure out, my leadership team and my advisory board that have been working on this, we've been trying to figure out how do we better engage the students. And I do think once the carrots are there, will see more, right? Because they have an incentive to keep going that they don't have right now. And so right now it's more of like what they would normally see, right? Like I'm a kid in my class, I hand in my paper, I get an A, B, C, whatever. I get feedback from my teacher, I put it in my notebook, I go to the next thing, right? And so I feel like it's still a lot of, we're still seeing some of that with the student ones. I did just want to touch base really quickly on the Department of Ed and the Department of Workforce Services have been partnering on a WIP proposal that the governor funded, and it touches partly on the micro-credentials. So we are working on expanding and scaling the computer science micro-credentials. We're working with high schools to talk about how we can give students competency-based credit for competency-based learning. We're also, I've already talked about the fact that we're working with UW and we'll be working with the community colleges as well to look at how the micro-credentials could earn post-secondary credit for the students. We're also looking at developing pilot student employability skills micro-credentials. I think I gave you in your packet just like a list of very, very draft micro-credential employability skills, just so you can kind of see what we were doing. We pulled that from what we were hearing in the feedback from RIDE, from the feedback from Profile of a Graduate, from the feedback that we've heard from industry and multiple different arenas. And so we'll continue to work on what that looks like and figure out how to move that one forward. We are already kicking off as well a pilot around CTE micro-credentials for teachers, just like we did with the students. And I have a leadership team working on that, and they're going to be looking at and focusing on advanced manufacturing with those micro-credentials and supporting teachers with that. And then the Department of Workforce Services has taken on the digital wallet and creating the digital wallet so that like things like all these credentials that we're talking about and so much more can go into this digital wallet that will allow students and folks across Wyoming to be able to share the skills and demonstrate the skills that they have to align with what the workforce needs are and be able to show employers and all of that kind of stuff. So with that, I think that's the end of what I have in terms of presentation, but happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Laurel. Very exciting. Very exciting. I'm sure very rewarding from your perspective to kind of see this thing from inception to where it is today, the positive, momentum that it's gaining. I mean, we all obviously know that it's important. So thank you for taking the time to come kind of share that with us. But I will open it up to the team here. So Ron, I see you've got your hand up. Do you want to ask Dr. Fowler the question?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just got one question. How come Green River keeps leading the way?
Mr. Chairman, they had a teacher that was asking me to be able to participate, and we wanted to keep this pilot really small. So that's why they took it on. And then I'm certainly happy to have more teachers. So we'll have 3 this semester, and then that'll be my goal, is to continue to add in teachers from across the state. So I'd love some more from Rock Springs, love some more from all the Uintas, as well as everywhere else in the state.
Just pointing out that it is Southwest Wyoming leading the way for the state.
That's right.
Here we go. It does point to me that one passionate person makes a big difference in our state. I love that about Wyoming. So, and to a little bit of a feather in your cap, Ron, yes, it's the Southwest. Well done. Director Cooley.
Thank you. And thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Laurel. This is great. So, I think your red is going to go away and your green is going to really jump when we do get that digital wallet in place, because I think that conceptualizing the importance of those competency skills for these kids is going to become so apparent, when they have this digital, they're all digital, it's all text. And when they have that, where they could actually take something that they did in class and plug it into that digital wallet to say, hey, this is a competency of mine for an employer, even if it's a summer job or what have you. I think that's going to be pretty exciting. And that'll just grow on itself and kind of start that excitement down that road for all of these stackable credentials that then get them, down that career road. So great job, and appreciate you giving the presentation today.
I don't think I remember to say this, Mr. Chairman, but we do have 9 students that have earned a total of 9 micro-credentials at this point on the
Nice.
student side. So they're
Wonderful.
working on it.
Wonderful. That's great. I was thinking about it earlier. Are you able, and do you somewhat kind of track the body of students that come through this, or specifically and individually, or is it really just more en masse that you're doing your metrics?
The metrics are in mass right now. I mean, in general, but we know who's who, if at least on the student micro-credential side.
Awesome. And how long's the initiative been going on now? Is it 4 or 5 years?
So we started the whole thing in 2019, but it took us 2 years to develop the teacher ones before we were even. I think we started piloting those in the fall of 21, and I think. Yeah, so in the fall of 21 is when we started the teacher ones, and then the fall of 22 is fall of 22 is when we started the student ones, started piloting the student ones.
Excellent. Well, again, with no other question. Oh, I'm sorry, Director Cooley, you have your hand up again. Oh, you just forgot to take it off. Okay. With no other questions, Dr. Ballard, thank you very much again for checking in with us, sharing with us the good word. Super appreciate your efforts in this regard. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Excellent. Ivy is up. I believe Ivy. It's not Ty, right? Ivy's going to kind of walk us through a little bit of media training. Just again, lay a little bit of context and background. We had been discussing with our very invigorated communications subcommittee headed up by Danny Bureau. We've been talking about the fact that we need to become a little bit more visible, spread the mission, spread the vision, spread the word a little bit about what the council is within our communities. You do that in a small community, and sometimes you'll trip over media a bit. And so we thought it was probably worthwhile to do a little bit of basic media training to know kind of what we should be saying, what we shouldn't be saying out there as a group, so that we're singing from the same sheet of music. So we asked Ivy and Ty to put together a little session for us that would help us better understand our roles as it relates to that. So I hope you find this engaging. Please ask the questions. And if there's things we're not touching on today, let's make sure we reach out to our team at DWS to make sure we feel comfortable with the topic. And I think the answer, at least in the beginning, is always don't just offer, like if it takes a minute to think about it or reach back to them, they'll wait for us. So let's make sure we kind of get it right as we communicate to media. So Ivy.
Great, thank you guys so much. And I just want to make sure that you can see the PowerPoint presentation. Yes, okay.
It might be chopping off just a little bit on the left border, but we can see it pretty well.
All right. So what that says there is it's always a risk to speak to the press. They are likely to report what you say. And that's a quote from Vice President Hubert Humphrey. So I think that it's a pretty good way to start framing the conversation. And as Chairman Lovera said, that this is just, I want to be very clear from the beginning, this is extremely high level. There's no expectation that after this 30-minute presentation, you're going to go out there and feel like you can knock out all sorts of media interviews. For just a little bit of perspective, with the commissioners, we used to have once a quarter, we had 2 hours. When I train PIOs, I have them initially for a full 3 days. The governor and I worked on his 60-minute interview for more than 3 months. So 30 minutes is nowhere near enough time to get you guys ready to just start calling up the media and asking for interviews. But we're going to talk about some of those really high-level skills that I would like you to think about. And so I'm going to start off with, I went too fast. Yesterday I was in Google Meets and now I'm in Zoom, so trying to make my stuff work the way that it did in Google Meets. We'll see if I can get there. I start off, most of my trainings with this little 30-second clip. For those of you who may recall, this was that Tony Hayward, who was the CEO of BP during the Deepwater Horizon oil spill. And so for people like me, he was a great source of what not to do and training material for teaching people how not to do things. But I also think it's a really good way to start the conversation, because it doesn't matter if you're in government, in private business, just someone who's maybe interested in developing these skills, understanding how quickly you can damage the reputation of the organization that you're representing is really important. So we're going to just listen to Mr. Hayward here for about 30 seconds.
We're sorry for the massive disruption it's caused to their lives. And, you know, there's no one who wants this thing over more than I do. You know, I'd like my life back. So there's no one who wants this thing done more than I do. And we are doing everything we can to contain the oil offshore, defend the shoreline, and return people's lives to normal as fast as we can.
So if you happen to notice, multiple times he said, no one wants this thing over more than I do. If you recall what had happened, thousands of fishermen were out of work. It was impacting cities all across the coast. But by all means, his life was the one that he wanted to make sure that he got back. What you may not recall from this was that it really put BP into a tailspin. And they had to do corrective media action for a significant amount of time following this interview. The point of this training is to try to make sure that we don't end up in that situation where we have to do a lot of corrective work with the media, because reputational damage takes years to undo, when in 30 seconds you can create untold amounts of damage, reputational damage. So we're going to talk just very briefly about some of the tools of the trade. Some of these, I'm sure most of these are probably going to seem familiar to you all. Press releases, press advisories, backgrounders, opinion editorials, letters to the editor. Those are kind of our print tools. And then in more at the audio visual side, we have press conferences, photography and video, television, and radio. The types of messages that I'd like you to think about if you are maybe contemplating if there's some type of a media interview you would like to do, because your messaging is so important. So what type of a message are you wanting to get out? Fact-based, result-oriented, where you're identifying a problem and a solution? Is it an advocacy or call to action, or where you're really just focusing on the benefits? So now we're going to talk a little bit about the actual media interview itself. It is always important to start by doing your research. There are some things that you can do to really help prepare yourself. So let's say that you are contacted by a member of the media. Let's say you did an opinion, you wrote an op-ed. It got published, and now maybe the local news outlet wants to do a follow-up article. So they reach out to you. When you are preparing for that, the things that you want to be thinking about or specifically engaged in as you're preparing your research, ask about the interview. What is the focus? What is the goal? Where does the reporter want to go with this story? Is it going to be live? Is it going to be pre-recorded? Obviously print, you will know that up front. And there's a reason, because you prepare differently for a live interview than you do for a pre-recorded interview. Who else are they going to be interviewing for the story? Are they going to be interviewing your opposition? Are they going to be interviewing additional supporters? Because that can help you determine what is the type of message you want to develop and how you intend to deliver that. What is the story about? And then what are the topics that the reporter is likely to discuss with you? It is not necessarily within the professional standards to ask for the questions that you're going to be asked, but it is within the professional standards to say, what are the topics that you're going to want to talk to me about? And most reporters are more than happy to provide that information. And that really gives you then the critical pieces that you need as you start thinking about how you're going to develop your message and how you want to deliver that. So continuing on with preparing for the media interview, before I go over these bullet points, there are a couple there on the right-hand side of the screen, there are a couple of reminders there. So the Gettysburg Address, which most of us had to memorize in school, it's 272 words and took 2 minutes to deliver. And then there's also a quote by Thomas Jefferson: the most valuable of all talents is that of never using 2 words when one will do. Well, what's the point of those reminders? It really is that being as concise and short and to the point as possible is what will make your media interview memorable. If you have long, rambling responses where it's really hard for the reporter to pick out those key messages, your message is more likely to get lost. So when we talk about things like keep it simple, this is a good reminder for why that's important. Sometimes the things that are the most memorable, short and sweet, to the point. So when you're working on developing your message for the media, winging it is not a good option. I go back to the previous slides of doing your research and really getting yourself prepared. So then some other aspects of preparing for the media is knowing who your audience is. And one of the most common mistakes that people make that haven't had media training is they assume that the media is their audience, when in fact that is not the case. The media is the tool through which you will deliver your message to your target audience. It's also really important to define that target audience. So I know that oftentimes it's really easy for us to say, well, it's everyone. I want everyone to hear this message. While that may be true, if you're trying to deliver a message that's intended for everyone, it is likely to not resonate with anyone. So define, is it the workforce of a certain age? Is it employers? Is it a specific region? Really think critically about who is my audience, because then that also is going to help you define your goal. So when you're wanting to deliver, if you're proactively seeking to engage with the media, you should have a goal in mind. What is it? Is it a particular program that you want to advocate for, that you want to bring awareness to? Is it maybe you're trying to do recruitment for the council? So always starting with that goal. And then the next step is to go ahead and identify the 3 main points that you want to deliver. And yes, 3 is really technically a rule, not necessarily because the media won't let you cover more than that. It's just the way that we as humans process and retain information. So if you have a list of 10 points that you want to try to get across, 3 of those are probably all that's going to stick with people anyway. So do yourself a favor and just really clearly take the time to really clearly identify what those 3 main points are that you want to make. And that really starts with the process that we call BLUF, or bottom line up front. So what is the main message you want delivered? That is where you start. And then you work your way down with the supporting evidence of that key message. Some of the other tricks that are really valuable are using evidence. So facts and evidence go a long way to convincing your audience that you are a credible source. Emotion is another one of those that can really create action, if action is something that you're trying to accomplish with your target audience. You do have to be a little bit careful with emotion because it can quickly go awry, but if done right, it is an essential way of getting people to act in the way that you want them to act. And then finally, it cannot be said enough times, but taking the time to practice, refine, practice, refine, practice, refine. Those are the things that will help you really be able to deliver an on-point interview. So as you're practicing, here are some things that you can do. And I'll start with the upside down triangle there to the left. This is something that actually has a technical name. It's a message triangle. So when I was talking about your bottom line up front, what's that core message? The overall. It's intended to grab attention. Then the next step when you're developing your key messages is to build that anticipation. And then perhaps in this situation, maybe it was a call to action, getting people to attend a training or a job fair or submit their applications to join the council. But this is a very industry standard way of developing your message. So then as you start practicing, oftentimes when we speak, and especially when we know that there's some pressure in the words that we're saying, we tend to want to rush through things. We want to speak, our cadence, our speaking cadence actually increases. So when you're practicing, take note of that. And if you find that you're really speaking fast and you're running through your talking points in lightning speed, take the time to practice slowing down and delivering that message in a much more measured approach. Practice feeling relaxed and friendly. Again, I think part of the reason why speaking to the media causes people to feel anxiety, because of it causes people to feel anxiety, they tend to demonstrate that in their speaking and in their response. When you feel rushed and you're not relaxed, you're more likely to forget the key messages or the key talking points that you want to deliver. Practice listening to the question. And I would actually say one step further is don't ever hesitate to ask for the question to be repeated, even if you understood the question perfectly fine. What that does is it gives your brain just a few seconds to really reset and think about how you want to answer the question clearly and calmly. It also provides you with the opportunity to gain some control in the interview process. The next thing that's really important to practice is pausing. Pausing, I think we all know this maybe from public speaking training that we've had, but pausing is one of those tools that's so underutilized. I just said, pausing is one of those things that can help eliminate some of those bad habits. It's not that we really need to say a filler word. We're just trying to buy time for ourselves. And so by practicing and teaching ourselves how to pause and feel comfortable pausing will help us be far more effective. It also helps you remain calm and friendly, keeps you from feeling rushed. So pausing is one of those critical elements, whether it's doing a media interview or public speaking. When you deliver your answer, practice that offering it in a slow, deliberate fashion.